part of Sattva Consulting, and I will be your host for today. A quick note on the host organizations. Punjab CSR Authority is the official interface of the Government of Punjab with corporate India for channelizing of CSR funds for planned and equitable deployment in priority projects within the state of Punjab. Its main objective is to facilitate exchange of experiences and ideas between various stakeholders for developing a framework for strengthening CSR initiatives and bringing the development needs of the Punjab center stage among corporates across India. Sattva Consulting is a social impact-oriented research, strategy advisory, and implementation firm. We are a mission-driven organization focused on scalable solutions for scalable impact. NASCOM Foundation is a nonprofit with a vision to empower lives through technology and work towards creating a truly inclusive India. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Dr. Sandeep Goyal, CEO of the Punjab CSR Authority. Dr. Goyal has been in the corporate sector for almost 36 years. While he is not creating advertising campaigns for his clients at Rediffusion and Everest, he is busy writing columns for Economic Times and Business Standards, or penning what would be his 9th book now. A doctorate in the marketing DNA of celebrities, Dr. Goyal is a former chairman of Dentsu and ex-group CEO of CZ. He gives the best of his personal and professional time to the Punjab CSR Authority pro bono. Welcome, Dr. Sandeep, and over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Saloni. Good afternoon to everyone. It is my proud privilege to welcome you all to the first Punjab CSR Summit. This summit has actually been in the pipeline for nearly a year, but the pandemic and the lockdowns did not give us the necessary window to be able to host this summit. So I am glad that we have been able to congregate today to examine, discuss, and debate corporate social responsibility and corporate philanthropy on a common platform, thanks to all the efforts by my partners from Sattva. I am grateful to our Honorable Chief Secretary, Madam Vinnie Mahajan, who has taken time out from her busy schedule to join us today. She will be joining a bit later in the program to release the Punjab CSR report. I am delighted that Rakesh Bharti Mittal of Bharti Enterprises, with whom I have personally worked for more than 25 years, is our chief guest today. And we have the august presence of Mr. Hussan Lal, Principal Secretary, Industry and Commerce, Punjab, and Mr. Prabh Das, MD and CEO of HPCL Mittal Refinery, Bathinda, who are both going to address this webinar later today. I am also delighted to welcome a galaxy of CSR experts from organizations as diverse as Tech Mahindra Foundation, the Bharti Foundation, the Buddha Fellowship Program, PepsiCo, NASCOM Foundation, Lend a Hand India, Tata Trust, Pernod Ricard, Holcim, and of course, Sattva Consulting. I'm sure this is going to be a rewarding afternoon for everyone. The Punjab CSR Authority was conceived nearly 2 years ago, but we finally became operational only last summer. Getting started during a raging pandemic has not been easy. Most CSR funds over past months have rightfully got diverted to fund COVID relief. But the focus in today's seminar is much broader. It is to look at opportunities in skilling, in education, in the provision of livelihoods. The focus is to look at the changing landscape in the CSR space and how government and the Punjab CSR Authority can become a bridge between corporate India and social projects that help women, help water and sanitation, help healthcare, help environment and sustainability. Punjab, as you all know, is a small state by geography. We also have a small base of industry with not even one of the top 100 BSE companies headquartered in our state. That obviously places us at a great disadvantage when it comes to receiving CSR funds. Nevertheless, because of the large-heartedness of our corporate brethren, the state received rupees 341 crores in CSR funding in the past 2 years. Since the CSR law came into force, the state has been the recipient of rupees 632 crores in CSR contributions. I hope today's CSR Summit will place Punjab in the consideration and choice set of a large number of corporates going forward. Thank you again for joining this summit today, and I look forward to some really stimulating sessions ahead. Saloni, all yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandeep. I would now like to welcome Mr. Prab Das, Managing Director and CEO at HMEL, to give the opening remarks. HMEL is one of the largest and most committed CSR funders in Punjab. Mr. Das has been involved with HMEL since its inception and has been instrumental in setting up of the Guru Gobind Singh Refinery project and its operations thereafter. Mr. Das has served in the Indian Administrative Service for over 25 years. He served as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas and was instrumental in implementing new initiatives in oil diplomacy and has also led the transformation of the domestic refining sector. Welcome, Mr. Das, and over to you.
Thanks, Saloni. Good afternoon, Dr. Sandeep Goyal, Jitesh Balakrishnan, Meera Harish, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me for addressing this CSR Summit, the first one in Punjab. Let me first start with thanking Punjab and people of Punjab. We started this company, HPCL Mittal Energy, and start setting up a refinery in Bathinda 2008. We invested nearly $4 billion for setting up this refinery. Now we are in the process of setting up a petrochemical plant in Bathinda next to our refinery, again a $3 billion project. I'm really thankful to Government of Punjab and the people of Punjab for the tremendous support which they have given for setting up these units. What I find in Punjab is a very positive outlook, an outlook to help. You ask anybody, everybody will say, yes, we will support you. And that's how, not a single day has gone when our company or refinery has to shut down for a day or, reduce this production because of any disturbances in Punjab. So I'm really grateful to Government of Punjab and the people of Punjab, the support that they have given. We got to do something to the society. The society has given us so much, supported us so much. The CSR initiative is a very small item to repay. But we thought that, whatever we can do, we should be doing. So we thought, what we should be, doing for the society. And, I'll share, what is our thought process. If you look at any activity to help society, all activities will be covered by one activity of government or another. There cannot be any, place which is not covered by government, either by central government or state government or panchayat or local bodies. Most of the items are covered. And government has huge budget, especially for infrastructure. You talk about road, hospital, bridges, irrigation. Most of the things are covered by this government and huge money. CSR activity, we compared to that is a minuscule business. Government talks in lakhs of crores and we talk of, hundreds of crores or maybe, some crore. So we cannot match government. We can supplement. We can complement. We can, be in the area where, we can be of some use to the society where the government is not doing or has some constraints. So what we don't do is first, we don't do infrastructure. I mean, that's a, area where, you spend a lot of money and the results are not in commensuration with the, to the help to the society. So that's the first thing. We don't spend too much of time on road and bridges and irrigation, Our focus is basically on development of assets, human assets. So suddenly a small money can make a lot of difference in the life of people. So we concentrate on education, livelihood, skill development, education, hygiene, environment, where we, we can really supplement government's effort and which can be really taken by the society very seriously. Now, we have I'll just tell you one program that, we have one program called, Women Entrepreneurship Development Program, and we have target of developing 50,000 women entrepreneurs. 50,000. It's a long-term vision. We have already done 2,000. We make self-help group. We give them training on leadership, management, finance, bookkeeping, banking, and skill development. The self-help, we have already have 150 self-help group around Bhatinda, and we give them assets, contributory assets. So we have a long list of items where we have been helping society in setting up these units, as well as giving them assets. Just to name a few, bakery unit or dyeing unit, leather bag manufacturing, milk processing, non-woven, sanitary pads, spices, tailoring, kettle field, etc. So we give them training on this. We help them in assets, some contribution from that, some contribution from us, and that's how we will like this. And there has been a change in outlook in the society. So we will like to do work where we can really help the society where there is a weakness. And it's not that we are doing alone. We always take government with us. We always take district administration, panchayat with us. For this program, we have been associating ourselves with Punjab State Rural Livelihood Mission. So we don't want to do anything duplicate. We want to only supplement. Similar thing, we are doing one more thing. Recently it was announced by Chief Minister that 50,000 youths will be given training when they deal with the government. They apply for the government job or the private job. So we told, okay, we'll work with the technical education department, and then we will train 50,000 people, young youth in giving it. So long and short, we should be, as a company, we have a philosophy of helping the society in the area where we can complement the effort of the government, along with the government to help. Hopefully, we should be able to achieve many more targets under the new CSR initiative which Punjab government under leadership of Dr. Sandeep Goyal has started. We look forward to your support in future and wish this CSR Summit a grand success. Thank you. Thank you, Saloni.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Das. It's really a pleasure to hear about the development pathway that HMEL has taken. And now to move on to the summit and the panel discussions for today. A quick note on the structure for today's summit. We have 3 panel discussions with leaders representing the corporate India, CSOs, and the government. The Chief Secretary of Punjab will also launch the Punjab CSR report at 3 p.m. later today. So stay tuned with us for all of these updates. We now move to the first panel of the day. Best practices and opportunities in education, skilling, and livelihoods. Our first panelist is Ms. Mamta Sakia, CEO at Bharti Foundation. As the CEO, Mamta has played a key role in project expansion and enhancement of quality standards and system efficiency for the foundation. She was among the 100 Women Achievers of India under an initiative by the Ministry of Women and Child Development and has been conferred the Karamveer Puruskar National Citizens Award for Social Justice and Action. Welcome, Mamta. Our second panelist is Mr. Ved Arya, founder of the Buddha Fellowship Program and founder of Srijan. Srijan features amongst the top non-profits in India in the sustainable rural livelihood management space and empowerment of rural women. In 2016, Mr. Arya founded the Buddha Fellowship Program, a unique platform offering a complete ecosystem for young emerging leaders from India's premier educational institutions who have also conferred upon him the Distinguished Alumnus Award in 2020. Glad to have you, Mr. Arya. Our third panelist is Mr. Chetan Kapoor, Chief Operating Officer at Tech Mahindra Foundation. Mr. Chetan joined Tech Mahindra Foundation as CEO in 2016 and has conceptualized the foundation's flagship skill development program, SMART, which is now amongst the largest CSR-led urban skill development programs in India. He's a part of the Skill Development Committee of FICCI and a member of the task force constituted by FICCI to suggest reforms in the regulatory framework of skill development. Welcome, sir. The moderator for this panel is Mr. Ratish Balakrishnan, co-founder and managing partner at Sattva Consulting. Ratish has extensive experience in conceptualizing and implementing large-scale solutions that bring together leading foundations, corporations, CSOs, and the government. He's a published author and TEDx speaker. Welcome, Ratish, and over to you.
Thank you, Saloni. It's a pleasure and an honor to actually moderate a panel so august. And I'd welcome Mamta, Chetan, and Ved for our conversation today. As we discuss, the core focus of today's conversation will be around the education, skilling, and the livelihood space, and what are best practices that we can replicate. I wanted to sort of set the context very briefly for the discussion, and then invite my panelists to have their introductory remarks for the conversation. To start with, education, of course, is one of the key priorities of corporate social responsibility across the country. Even in Punjab, 26% of all the CSR expenditure that is made is actually spent towards education. And we are also talking about education at a time where there has been a large scale disruption in the way education is delivered across the country. The schools are tentatively reopening. Incidentally, today was my son's first day at school after 2.5 years. And I know he is among the more fortunate ones. And there are children today who's continue to not go to school. And there is still a lack of clarity on when and how schools will operate. So there is a question around what should education look like? How should we enable education to prepare not just for the future as we knew it, but for the post-pandemic world? And I think that is one question that we will go in a little deeper today. Similarly, skill development and livelihoods is a critical question. The current crisis started off as a health crisis, but is clearly has been an economic crisis as well. There has been significant shifts in the livelihood landscape in rural India. The job landscape has changed. New jobs have been created. Old jobs have become redundant. So how do we enable our young people to actually be ready for a world of these changing demands? And how do we prepare our large swaths of rural India to also the changing reality in the economic landscape as well? I think that's another conversation that we will have today. And lastly, as we are talking about all of this, we would love to have a conversation around what is the role of CSR in this entire play? How do we look at corporate social responsibility, and how do we look at effective partnerships between government, corporate social responsibility, and civil society in solving some of these challenges that we are discussing today? So these are some of the themes that we would love to discuss as part of our conversation today. The way we are structuring today's conversation is I'm requesting each of my panelists to have an introductory remark for about 3 to 5 minutes to share their views on the topic at hand. I will have a few questions from my side as a moderator for all of these panelists, and post that would love to sort of open the floor for questions from the various participants as well. Hence, without further ado, I'm going to quickly request Mamta to share your introductory remarks. Mamta, as part of the work that you do, you've been working as part of the Satya Bharati school program. You've been partnering with the government in improving quality of education, in the government schools as well. And would love to hear your thoughts around two things specifically. One is, as we are talking about education and livelihoods, there is this role of education, secondary education especially, in helping ensure that the children are future ready, And I know that as part of your program, there is a holistic focus on education. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that. And as part of that, if you could briefly underline, how does it change or become more important in the context of COVID? That will be even better. Mamta, over to you.
Thank you, Ratish. I think a wonderful opening, and I'm very glad that you're posing this question to me. There's certain belief system with which we started our Satya Bharati schools. As you know, our Satya Bharati schools are only in the villages. So we're working with underprivileged children, and we are experiencing all the challenges that are associated with a village-based education program. So when we started our Satya Bharati school program, there were a few things we were very clear on. That of course we'll focus on learning attainment, learning levels. But what was more important for us was, as you said, holistic education, or looking at children as a being and looking at what are the various skills and value system that we need to give to our children. Of course, we had certain programs, and the most powerful program was where every quarter we run a community campaign program where our children, and remember that most of our schools are primary schools, so which means I'm talking about children of class 3, 4, and 5, actually sit in a Bal Sabha, and I'm going to link it to COVID and all the questions, you know. So they sit in a Bal Sabha and they decide, hey, my village has this problem, or my cousin is getting married and she should finish education before she gets married, and I need to do something about it. So this Bal Sabha always leads to a campaign, and our children just simply don't do campaign by going out in the villages and speaking to panchayat and community members. They actually show impact. So our children have stopped child marriages. Our children have made sure that if there is a pond which is a breeding ground for mosquitoes, something has been done about it. Impressive campaign. There was a corner where there used to be a lot of accidents. So they have collected money and put mirrors and put fluorescent pillars and things like that. Now come to COVID times. So when COVID happened, of course, our teachers and our entire system was working towards how do we get everybody connected over phones and things like that. And I was talking to, and I started hearing, I was talking to teachers and students regularly during that time to keep in touch with what's happening on the ground. And I found that there were many examples of our children, you know, making masks at home and distributing. There were so many examples of, you know, children saying that, you know, that boy in my class doesn't have a phone, but there is a senior, you know, alumni who lives right next to his home who has a phone. So we're trying to, you know, I'm trying to send the homework that madam had sent today to him through that boy. Just 2 examples, but to tell you that if we can develop problem solving as an approach to life, you know, then be it any situation. You see, none of us today can actually predict what the future would be. We do not know the kind of problems these kids who are studying in our schools today would face 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road. We may not even be there. What is it that we can get them ready with is their ability to think, to analyze, and very importantly, problem solving, you know. And that is something that we've been working on. Of course, we have a lot of programs. So if there are campaigns which it takes our children 1.5 to 2 years to bring about a change in a particular village, in a state, you know, widows were not allowed into, were not called in for social functions, were not allowed it in various places. It took our children 1.5 years to 2 years to change the mindset of the village to make sure that, you know, pratha changes. We're training them on grit and determination as well. So these are some of the qualities, and you cannot wait for senior secondary education to happen.
Absolutely.
You can't wait for senior secondary classes to start training them on these things. We start as early as class 2 and 3. Junior students are watching their seniors, and seniors are class 4 and 5 students, correct? So we found that, and we were very happy when we read the NAP 2020. There's so much of focus on you know, skills. There's so much of focus on values, be it human values, constitutional values, social values, because that is what we need to build in, and not so much in an academic manner, but a lot in terms of activities and practice, so that a child imbibes it as a way of life. And that is something we at Bharati Foundation believe in. There are certain good practices in the same direction that we've also taken into government schools. We make sure that children develop the ability to lead, leadership skills, communication skills, such critical skills, right? And of course, we have many projects which train them on entrepreneurial skills. Kids have to be taught, you know, and our kids are becoming very good negotiators, in fact. So these are some of the skills that we need to start building in apart from education and from very early, you know, in the day.
Mamta, thank you so much. And, you know, it just reminds me that, you know, there is a statistic that 65% of the jobs of the future don't even exist today. So when you talk about what are the things that we have to train our children for, you're absolutely right that the only way we can train them to, you know, for the future is to help them learn to learn, you know, and their critical thinking, determination, grit, I think are very, very important aspects. And I'm glad you touched upon it. And there is a sense of students, as you said, were able to look at the problems around them and we were able to solve that. I want to kind of continue the same conversation. Chetan, Tech Mahindra Foundation runs one of the largest funded urban skilling programs by CSR. And I mean, it is really the next stage of, enabling young people to be future ready, where we are looking at, getting them to jobs, etc. Would love to hear your thoughts again on how has COVID changed the supply side, which is really what is possible in terms of skilling and training, and also the demand side in terms of the jobs that are available, and any best practices, learnings from your side around this, I think will be very useful for the audience.
Sure, Ratish. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks to Punjab CSR Authority, NASSCOM Foundation, and Satwa for inviting me. Always a pleasure to share thoughts on something that we at Tech Mahindra Foundation believe have fully achieved in the last 9 years that we've been implementing the SMART program, SMART being an acronym for Skills for Market Training. And before I, address your question regarding the COVID impact, I would want to just share some of the things that I think we've done right in the context of implementing the SMART program, because my association with the program dates back to the time that we started in the year 2012. I was at that time working as a consultant for Tech Mahindra Foundation, and since October 2016, I've been the CEO. So when we started, Ratish, 2012, the skill development sector was still kind of in fairly early stage, still emerging. The government was still kind of trying to get its act together on a lot of things. What we realized fairly early on are a couple of things which have held us in good stead. One is that it has to be an end-to-end solution, which means that the students who we get into our program, we have to ensure that we are able to mobilize them right, select them right, train them right, place them right, and then also do post-placement follow-up. So all of these various components that I've mentioned, we ensured that each of these are embedded into the program in right measure. Second, we realized that the best agencies to actually implement the program would be community-based organizations, those who are embedded within the communities where we work. Important for me to mention that by design, Tech Mahindra Foundation is an urban program. So we have a presence only in 11 major cities of India. And in these 11 cities, we are currently running 89 smart centers and 8 smart academies. So that's the spread of our work. Almost about 15,000 students are being trained annually. In fact, we had in 18-19, we done close to 20,000. Because of COVID, we've had to scale down a little bit in terms of our number of centers. Also, in the DNA of the program itself, we've ensured that there is employability enhancement as well as employment. So the employability part, when we went to the employers at that time, we realized that there has to be a lot of focus, as Mamta also just mentioned, on what we sometimes know as the soft skills, or what we call the foundational skills. Now, what we realized is that employers across the board were essentially looking for people who are job ready. And by job ready, employers essentially meant those who would who would show up for work on time, who would ensure that they are in the workplace, they understand what teamwork is all about, they understand what communication to seniors is all about. So all these basic things which go into any job role, we ensured that these are there in ample measure. In fact, in the early days of our SMART program, almost 90% of the entire program was just soft skills, and only 10% were the so-called domain-specific skills. We still follow a 75-25 principle, by the way. So even now, except for some of the technical roles where you need a lot more of hands-on practical training, the ratio of 75-25 still remains in terms of soft skills versus the so-called, the so-called soft skills, which are actually the hardest skills to impart in so many ways. Also, the one thing that has held us in really good stead is that we have continuously evolved the program, looking at not just the market needs, but also at student aspirations. Because let's not forget that it's not just the market that has evolved over these 9 years, even the aspirations of our youth, especially urban youth, the kind of access that they now have to technology, the kind of exposure that they now have to, to the world, all of that has also evolved. And we've had to make sure that both these aspects, the evolution that has happened in the market in terms of the job roles, in terms of, more and more e-commerce coming into play, all of this has been included into the program. But at the same time, what we have made sure is that the youth and their aspirations are also factored in. In fact, I'm happy to report that since 2017, in the last 4-5 years, we've managed to take the average salary earned by our students from just about 7,000 to about 12,000 now. And it's not like we've shifted the pool of students who've come into the program. They are essentially from the same communities. What we've done is that we've gone out and found jobs for them, which would be paying more. And this, of course, as you can imagine, makes a huge difference to their trajectory. Now, coming to the shift that the COVID situation has has forced, I would say that some of these shifts were in play even prior to COVID. COVID has, in some ways, exacerbated some of these forces. In some cases, it has clearly told us what is possible and what is not. So there are obviously lots of learnings to take away. Primarily, of course, we were all kind of compelled to go online. So we now know what is possible in the online context and what is not. I mean, I can assure you that however much we try, you can't get somebody from the kind of, urban communities that we work with to be able to converse in English, for example, through a purely online training. For that, you need the social connect. For that, you need the one-on-one thing. So these have been some of the learnings. And I think we are still in that process of absorbing the shift of COVID or the impact of COVID. And as we go forward, once the centers open up, once we get our students back, I think we'll have to take the best of whatever that we've seen, in terms of the learnings and bring it into the program. At a later point, I would like to talk about the work that we are also doing in Punjab at our healthcare and digital technology academies, if you will give me the chance to do it. But I think I must make room for Mr. Vedarya, who I have a lot of regard for, and allow him to speak.
Absolutely, Chetan. I just want to summarize two things that you said before I hand over. One is, as you rightly said, and going back to what Mamta also highlighted, I was once talking to a fairly senior leader at organized sector job and said, what sort of skills are you looking for in hiring people? And he said 3 E's: ethics, etiquette, and English. He said as long as that's available, any skill can be taught. And I think you underline the same things as part of your conversation today, at least in the organized sector, in the urban environment. And I think the second thing that's coming up in your conversation and what Mamta shared as well is that there is a certain level of readiness that programs have been able to build prior to COVID that they've been able to leverage during COVID. As you rightly said, some of these trends have always been coming. I think the speed of innovation, I think, has just gotten accelerated just because we didn't have another option. So I'm glad you sort of brought it up as well. And I'm, just as much as you, I have a huge regard for Ved. So Ved, I think I know you in two roles, of course, as your role as a founder of Srijan, and also as a key orchestrator in the RCRC, coalition that did some immense work during the COVID time. Chetan has given us a sense of the urban landscape and the kind of skilling and jobs environment there. But from your perspective in rural India, would be great to hear your thoughts specifically on what are you seeing in rural Punjab, and what are some of the trends and best practices that you think we should focus on going forward?
Thank you, Ratish, and thank you to be on the same panel. Mamta and Chetan, meeting you for the first time, but you don't put me on the pedestal. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Punjab government, and whose Chief Secretary I happen to know, Ms. Vinnie Mahajan. I hope to stay on and listen to what she says when she releases the report. I want to thank Satwa and Ratish in particular, and I want to thank NESCOM Foundation for giving me this opportunity. I think one EU must add, Ratish, is employability, about which Chetan talked about. And so employability is very, very important. Let me give you some big numbers. It's not that we don't know them. 12 million people in India join the workforce every year. And that is why both intergenerational work that Mamta is doing and the employability work that Chetan is doing is very, very critical. And is even more critical in the case of Punjab, because we know that the education only will take the youth to employability, to jobs. And we know the history of Punjab, of insurgency. That is not, I've not forgotten, because that was happening at the time we got married. So in the 80s. So still, I think youth needs direction, and getting them skill and getting them early training, as Mamta ji said, about etiquette, about grit and determination are so very relevant. I want to also just point the data about the jobs today. Dr. Amit Mitra tweeted, of course, in the context of telling our Honorable Prime Minister, there are 36 million people jobless today as on August 2021. So I think this is a very important figure, and what the numbers are for Punjab, I don't know, but the specter of unemployment is very, very scary for me to talk about. So, and I am speaking from a rural perspective, but today the rural urban is becoming somewhat fudged because of the migrants problem. Yesterday they were sitting in or working in restaurants of Pune, now back they are in Uttarakhand, and so on. And whatever they were working in Kerala, now back in Odisha. Or they're working as cooks in Tamil Nadu, they're back in Jharkhand. So I think this is important, but Punjab has been served with migrants. So let me quote some data. One more data which Rishat Premji wrote about overall poverty in this country. I don't know the Punjab figures, but 50% of Indian households earn less than 15,000 rupees a month. That is 125 rupees per day per person, which is below the World Bank poverty line. And 1/4 of the households earn less than 8,500 rupees a month, which means less than $1 per person per day. That is the context we are talking about. We know there is poverty in Punjab also, and therefore it is important to figure out. So what is happening in, what was pre-pandemic? This is pre-pandemic data. What has happened in pandemic? We know New York Times report of 35 million middle-class Indians also slipped into poverty. So I'm sure some of that is happening in Delhi, is happening in Punjab, and so on. One other data which is critical, not just because of the farmers' agitation, is the data from 2006 CGWB, Central Groundwater Board. All India data is 29% of the blocks are, blocks mean as blocks we know, development blocks, sub-district, are critical, semi-critical, and so on. And if you look at the map that is provided by Dr. Tushar Shah, most of those blocks are red and dark red in Punjab. And we know groundwater situation is terrible, and it's not only shortage of water or drawing down of the table, but also contamination because of pesticides, heavy pesticide use in agriculture. I mention this because you want me to talk about rural areas. What are the lessons learned? I want to quickly talk about during COVID and what is now happening. What we learned was community institutions are just like Bal Sabha, citizen engagement, community institutions like SHGs, self-help groups, and their federations. And we can take another form, farmer producer organizations. That means people's all institutions are the most critical when there's a crisis like that. They are the local people, local leaders available to. That is one of the best practice, is that we should invest in local institutions. Second thing which is relevant for us is to see whether they can access government programs. We found that 70% of the farmers did not sell their produce to government procurement centers. This is relevant to Punjab, the farmer agitation also. That means, and out of those who knew MSP, the 40% did not get the MSP that was declared. So how do you do empowerment for the community and work with the government? Because today we're going to talk about collaboration with government also, that actually they are able to sell to the government procurement centers, just as an example. But we found that in Narega, only 7% of the migrants could get jobs. So of course, somebody said in the PMO that Narega is not for the migrants. So we have to find a way of employing them, or I think I'm going to offer suggestions with respect to making them entrepreneurs, because they come back from cities, they know WhatsApp, they are exposed to the demand, the consumers in urban areas. So can we actually work on building them entrepreneurs, as Dr. Prab Das initially mentioned in his remarks also, that they are promoted, I think talking about 50,000 women entrepreneurs. I think entrepreneurs is the way forward, those who will create jobs. So we can, because I think government cannot, a large scale companies also cannot create jobs. So we need MSME kind of an approach, and I will include migrants turned entrepreneurs as one of the solutions also. And one other thing I want to talk about, the way forward, not only in Punjab, because of the climate crisis, increasing number of farmers are reducing pesticide use and chemical use. We are calling it organic farming, calling it natural farming, calling it Subhash Palekar farming, whatever you call it, but soil is destroyed and groundwater is not there. So Natural Farming Coalition, which has got 100 NGOs, can we do something in Punjab vis-a-vis reducing pesticide use and chemical use, and revert to our, so we can eat millets, or we can eat wheat without any pesticide, or drink A2 milk, which is without any pesticide, which is also good, healthy, for non-cancerous for our urban people, as well as it will increase. But again, it will need a value chain and entrepreneurial approach. And we know that our finance minister has announced that 10,000 FPOs need to be promoted. So I want to just end with this, and thank you once again for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Ved. I just want to re-emphasize again the 2 points that you made, which I thought were very, very critical. The one point that you talked about, which is really to build entrepreneurship and job creation. I think there is a growing segment where our organized sector is going to create jobs, but the more we are able to create job creation engines, and MSMEs being an integral part of that plan, I think is very, very important. And the second thing, and I think you especially in the context of Punjab, to look at natural farming and looking at ways in which we can replenish our water actively, I think is going to be very important. So I'm glad you brought it up as well, and I'm sure it is very relevant to the folks who are listening to the call. I want to maybe have one question each for all of the panelists, as I'm also looking at the question and answers that are questions that are coming from our audience as well. Mamta, maybe the first questions for you. In the education context, I think we've seen two things happen, at least in my experience, nationwide in education. One is the adoption of EdTech. Chetan talked about it, technology and skilling, but it's also been true for education. How do you see that? Because there are advantages of it and there are risks of equitable distribution there as well. And the second thing that we've been noticing is the growing participation of community in education, and that's been something that we've been looking for a while. So against both edtech and community participation in education, would love to hear your thoughts. What do you think is going to stay post this COVID environment?
Thanks, Rati. So, due to COVID, there are two things, and I'm hoping that these two things that you brought out would continue to stay. One is how fast technology has been adapted, not only by children. I think children are the easiest. They're so open to new things, but also by teachers and their parents. And the second has been the kind of involvement now parents are, how much involved they are in a child's education. And it is my hope that as educationists, as planners, we make sure that the momentum that has been set, we somehow create programs and policies around it to sustain it. But you're very right. There is a very real aspect of digital divide. Children do not have devices that they need for the education. So in coming years, I see a triangle operating as far as technology is concerned. So it has to be a play of TV, mobile phones, and computers in schools, right? You cannot just depend on only, let's say, TV or only mobile phones or only computers in schools to take the technology momentum that has been built. Today, there are so many apps, and I'm very impressed. Actually, I'm not surprised the way children have gotten into the path of self-learning. We're seeing a lot more agency in our students today because they've taken charge of their learning, and somewhere the apps, whoever had regular accessibility to a device, the apps have enabled them to take that agency, right? So this new aspect which is getting built, not only in students, but also in teachers. Teachers are innovating with technology. There's only this much that trainings can train them on, correct? And everybody, like our organization, struggled with providing trainings on virtual pedagogy. What are the different features of a mobile phone? But teachers have innovated, and a large number of them, right? So these are some of the good things. So like I said, in case of technology, Ratish, I see a play of these three spaces: TV, mobile phone, and computer, especially in schools. But I completely agree with you that we also have to look at the kind of role community would play. And in a country like India, to provide a laptop or a computer for every child, to make sure that every child even have a mobile device, which is not a family device. Today, if a child has access to mobile device, it's the family device. So if a father goes out to work, mobile phone moves out, right? Even to visualize a future where you say that every child has a personal mobile is not happening immediately, right? So I believe that India has to go back to, the kind of culture that we have where we look at sharing our resources. So I'm visualizing community centers or panchayat ghars which have a large TV, right? And there are now schedules available that which class will have or which subject will be taught at which time. So I am looking at community based spaces where children can access TV. I'm looking at community-based mobile library,
Absolutely.
a handset library. So where people from the cities, when they've used the mobile, can send the mobile and somebody is working on them, making them child safe and sending it to these village-based mobile library where children can borrow that mobile, when they have a project or assignment. I also wonder if schools would start opening their computer centers after school hours. I mean, why to waste that infrastructure after 4 p.m.? You can get 3 to 4 more hours from that infrastructure where children who don't have a computer at home can access. Of course, it has issues of child safety. It has issues of that extra manpower. It has issue of, but I'm sure these are some of the things we can work around, because the idea is that children, teachers, parents have taken on to technology, right? And we must build on this momentum.
Absolutely.
And this one, I would just add one more point.
In the interest of time, I'm sorry, I'm going to pause you. I definitely want to give time for Chetan and Ved as well.
Sure.
But I think very, very valid points. As you said, it's going to be a technology-driven, community-driven experience. And I think it's very true, and there are multiple potentials. Chetan, I want to ask you a question, and I think you touched upon it very briefly in your introductory remarks as well. The spending on skilling and livelihoods on CSR in Punjab has actually been low. And part of that, in my mind, is also the function of the kind of jobs and the roles that we are looking at. You briefly touched upon emerging roles in healthcare, etc. In a very brief way, we might have limited time. It will be great to hear your thoughts on what are some of the things that we need to do to attract more funding, CSR funding in skilling, let's say in Punjab.
Well, the short answer to that, Ratish, is that we have to, funders would get interested if there are strong implementation models in place. Unfortunately, that's something that has not happened in not just in Punjab, I would say in a lot of other states as well. Also, what I clearly see now is that there is a huge need to make our skill development initiatives more inclusive. See, if we spoke earlier about how at the end of the day, any skill development program ultimately has to match demand and supply, right? Now, if I were to take the example of two sectors in which we are working in Punjab, we have our Tech Mahindra Smart Academies in Mohali, 2 of them. Out of the 8 that we currently have, there are 2 in Mohali. One focuses on healthcare that we started in 2017, and the second focuses on digital technologies that started more recently in 2020 itself. Now, in both of these, we find a very interesting paradox. In healthcare, we find a lot more women willing to join the healthcare academy. Okay, that's something which attracts, that's a sector that attracts women, right? However, when we look at the employment side, because of some of the kind of, myths that exist around the healthcare related job roles, there is still, we see that a lot of hospitals and other healthcare organizations actually ask for male workers, especially for the, para-nursing jobs in which we train. So nurses are fine, but when it comes to doing the more physical kind of roles, hospitals still feel that, men would be better. So there is a paradox there. When I look at digital technologies, it's the other way around. For some reason, we are not able to attract enough women candidates into our digital technology academies. But on the employer side, they're saying that, okay, give us women, we are willing to hire. So, there are these, and these are just 2 examples. There are many such where you'll find that the demand-supply mismatch needs to be plugged. I would also go on to say that in order to make the whole skill development space more inclusive, we really need to look at some of the more vulnerable and marginalized segments of our population. In fact, I remember when in around 2011-12, when we had done a little bit of a survey, we realized that in the skill development sector, some of the most marginalized continue to be marginalized. They are not included. That's something that's still true. And therefore, for example, the whole migrant crisis that we saw last year is because a lot of them are not included in our skill development initiatives and therefore continue to be in the informal sector. I mean, it's critical that we include them so that they can move into the formal sector. And third, something that we are already working on are persons with disabilities. Again, huge need to work with persons with disabilities in the area of skill development and employability, because again, there are lots of myths that exist about their employment. A lot of job roles, persons with disabilities are able to and willing to do. But we did a recent survey and we realized that almost 75% of employers are not even willing to hire persons with disabilities. So there are a lot of these things that need to be first plugged before we can attract funding from the students. Also, very quickly, Ratish, I think we need to also move away from a one-size-fits-all kind of an approach that has been going around in skilling. A lot more decentralization. I mean, in Punjab, for example, we've seen that after COVID in healthcare, roles for jobs in dialysis. I'll be very particular. We train for dialysis technicians. That has suddenly gone up. Now, so which means that local level data needs to emerge and get looped into the program that is being implemented. So these are 2 quick things that I would want to say at this stage.
Great insights, Chetan. I just want to add to, there are lots of good points that you made. I want to add to the last point, because it was a recent conversation I had with a very senior person in, within the government as well, that the demand data and the signals that we are currently using are fairly outdated. How localized, real-time we can analyze data from multiple indicators to tell us where the skill demand is. I think the better we are able to respond to that, and I think is very, very critical. And I'm glad you brought it up. And also thanks for bringing up the point on inclusion. It's extremely critical to ensure, what Gandhi said about, if every time I think of a change, I look at how does it affect the most poorest person? And I think taking that view in skill development, I think is very, very important as well. Ved, I probably come to you with the last question from my side. There are a couple of interesting questions on the audience side as well. A lot of what we are talking about are not problems any one organization can solve, Ved, or any one stakeholder can solve as well. I think it is a real amalgamation of efforts across Sarkar, Samaj and Bazaar. And you've been looking at a collaborative initiative overall, and would love to hear your thoughts on how can the ecosystem level collaboration help us solve issues like pesticides or community-based learning or inclusion in skill development and so on as well.
Thank you, Ratish. And I want to pick on both Mamta's point and Chetan's point. Before I come to the ecosystem, I want to build on what Chetan was saying. So the implementation model is the key. One who gives the money wants to see the results, right? For every dollar or every 100 rupees you spend, what is the job created or person skilled? So in the ecosystem, my suggestion is that can we jointly evolve implementation models? So if we have to solve the problem of jobs or skilling, can Tech Mahindra and a CSO work with the set of poor people or to inclusion? Say in 5 districts of Punjab, where you see more unemployment or more need for skilling, and see jointly evolve the program. So from the design point of view, you design the joint collaboration from the day one, and then get the government also to support it. So when you jointly own some program, because from the time of creation, scaling up also will happen. That means other CSRs will also come and say, okay, Tech Mahindra demonstrated it, we can also do that. Similarly, government will also own it. So one of the suggestions I have for ecosystem is that can we do co-creation as a way to work together? And I want to offer CSOs work to be here. Like for example, disability. There are number of NGOs in the south, I know, and the north. If you look at the Lemon Tree Hotel experience, or what's his name, Vindhya CSR, Vindhya organization in Bangalore. So if they work together with Chetan, then probably we can create that. Another example of ecosystem I want to give with a preface that often, and in most cases, I don't know about Punjab, it's the last mile implementation of the government that is often not up to the mark. And that's where, and we find that private sector also has its limitations, resources, not in terms of intent. So that's where CSOs can come in. The most recent example coming from RCRC coalition, which reaches out to 1.6 crore people in 110 districts of the country. I welcomed the initiative of Ministry of Rural Development, headed by Mr. Sinha, who is the Secretary of Rural Development, to sign an MOU with us to create 100 wonderful districts as far as livelihoods are concerned. So RCRC coalition members are working with the State Rural Livelihood Mission. Also, we can work Punjab. So can we actually, so why he did it? So some background is important. All of us are familiar with the SHGs. There are 700 crore women in the SHGs promoted by National Resource Livelihood Mission and other NGOs. His analysis is that out of 7 crore, 1 crore are only engaged in livelihoods. That means 1 out of 7. He says my SRLMs don't have the kind of strength or the expertise that the NGOs like Pradhan has. So can we work together and take this 1 out of 7 to 7 out of 7, if possible, in my tenure itself? And that's, so there is no altruism in it. It's the selfish interest of the ministry to do livelihoods at scale. That's how it came. So one of the, in that kind of leadership coming from the government itself actually makes paves the way for us to come in, and we can bring in the last mile work, the focus or our familiarity with the ground. That's one thing. Second, I want to say, I am from the NGO. People will think I will bet for only the NGOs. So in India-Pakistan match, I'll only bet for India. It's not true. What I want to say, that we have to build capacity of the SRLM or build the capacity of the government staff. So we have brought Azim Premji University to build capacity of the government staff also, as well as the NGO staff, because it is the last mile. As we have to build capacity of teachers, whether they are, so that is my second proposal in ecosystem change. Let us pay some attention to capacity building of the government staff, and may not be liked and people will throw brickbats at me. It is mostly the IAS officers who get training. Like I am from IIT or IIM, mostly IIT IIM guys will get training. So I think there is a certain hierarchy in training also. So can we pay more attention to capacity building of the government staff at the district level, at the block level also. So we have worked together and build them as stakeholders in development. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ved. I know we have 1 minute on the clock and the Honorable Secretary is already here. So I just want to take a moment to thank all of you. I think the nature of ideas that we have discussed today, I think, is far and varied. From systemic capacity building that Ved you touched upon towards looking at market-based models, Chetan, you talked about inclusion, community behavior. I think there are very many ways of creating value there where there is both convergence and synergy. Thank you so much for your insights and for your time. I look forward to continuing the conversation as part of today's event, and for now, hold the panel discussion to a closure and hand it over back to Saloni and Meera to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you,
Ratish.
Ratish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ratish, and thank you, panelists. You surely have given us a lot of food for thought for enabling best practices and innovations in the development sector. I would now like to introduce my colleague, Ms. Meera Harish, partner at Sattva Consulting, to introduce our chief guest for the event today. Welcome, Meera, and over to you.
Thank you, Saloni. Can you hear me?
Yes, Meera.
It's my absolute honor and pleasure to invite and welcome Ms. Vinnie Mahajan, the Chief Secretary of Punjab, to the Punjab CSR Summit. Ma'am, thank you very, very much for the time. Ms. Mahajan assumed charge as the Chief Secretary of Punjab in June of 2020. And I just feel so privileged just to say this next sentence, that she's the first woman Chief Secretary of Punjab. Such an honor. As the Chief Secretary, Ms. Mahajan is at the helm of devising, leading and supervising, COVID containment and management strategies for the state of Punjab, while not letting her eye off the other important development and infrastructure creation needs of the state and the social needs of the state, ensuring that those do not suffer because of the challenges posed by the pandemic. Ms. Mahajan earlier served as the Joint Secretary at the Prime Minister's Office between 2007 and 2012. She was part of the core team that put together India's domestic response to the financial crisis during that period. Ms. Vinnie Mahajan is an alumnus of LSR Delhi and thereafter IIM Calcutta, Roll of Honor winner at IIM Calcutta. Ms. Mahajan was later awarded the Hubert Humphrey Fellowship from the United States Department of State and was based at the American University in Washington, D.C., after which she spent some time at the World Bank in the US before returning to India. Ms. Mahajan's career is just completely sprinkled with achievements and awards continuously, but there are just two that I want to highlight given the context of the Punjab CSR Summit today. The first is she was awarded the National Prize for Outstanding Achievement in popularizing the Mahila Samriddhi Yojana. It was a scheme for women's empowerment and encouraging of savings, which really was the objective of this program. The second, Ms. Mahajan also received the Satyan Maitra Memorial National Literacy Award on behalf of the Ropar district for best performance in the country. Ms. Mahajan, thank you very, very much once again for joining us at the summit. I'd request you now, I believe you do have a copy that's wrapped of the Punjab CSR report. If I could request you to kindly unveil, yes, unwrap and unveil and point that to the screen so we know that we formally unveiled the Punjab CSR report put together by the Punjab CSR Authority under Dr. Sandeep Goel, supported by Sattva. After which we invite you to deliver your inaugural address. Thank you so very much. Lovely. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I also know that you did look at the report earlier, so thank you for the time you spent on it. Over to you, and all of us are looking forward to hearing you. Thanks.
Thank you, Meera. You've been very kind. My compliments to Dr. Sandeep Goel and his team at the CSR Authority Secretariat, to my colleagues Hussain Lal and Sibin and others in the industry department, and to all the partners that we have together, some of them represented here. I see Mr. Prabdas, and of course, Sattva is here, who have put together this report. I think this is a very, very important event that has been conceived and put together by Dr. Goel. We all know the background of CSR We know that there have always been corporates that have been admired for their role in the community, not just globally, but in India as well. We know about some remarkable institutions that have been supported by some of our corporates. We also know about concepts like the trusteeship concept that Mahatma Gandhi talked about how large corporates are actually trustees of the community wealth. And we know that there are many corporates who do abide by those principles and who do subscribe to those beliefs. But we also know that this whole giving thing is, in the Indian culture, it's a little different from the way it has been in the West. And while we give, we tend to give in a different manner and to different causes. And we know, therefore, that there was a debate around whether corporate social responsibility funding should be made mandatory, or should it continue to remain the decision of the corporates themselves and their shareholders and their boards as to whether and how much and in what manner, etc., they should give back, assuming, of course, that every corporate activity also leads to wealth generation, employment generation, and so on, and in that sense is meaningful for society, but sharing a part of the profits back with the community in some ways. This was something that after some debate became enshrined in the law, became mandatory, subject to the corporate entity being profit-making and so on. And we know about that. We also know that in spite of that mandate of the law, the prevailing culture, thoughts have remained very much with us. And therefore, we know that a lot of the CSR funding mandated since 2014 has tended to drop down in the neighborhood, in the vicinity of the company, its corporate headquarters, or more likely its field operations. And while there isn't anything inherently problematic with that, that did mean that states like Punjab, which have a very strong, vibrant MSME presence, but relatively few large corporates, did get a little bit left behind. And so it is not entirely surprising that the data that this report has revealed, of course, I cannot, I would in the strongest terms like to compliment the generation of this report. This kind of data, this understanding is extremely important. It will guide all of us in moving forward. But it's not entirely surprising that states like Maharashtra or even Delhi or Haryana, for that matter, have received so much more of the CSR spend than Punjab itself has. And it's also not entirely surprising that a lot of our spend comes from corporates like HMEL, represented here today, and some of the other large corporates who have a strong presence on ground in Punjab. But clearly, this is not a one-way street, and perhaps we also needed to get our act together in terms of letting businesses know about the need for corporate spending, CSR funding in the state, and its opportunities, and giving out that confidence that any donor of funds wants to see, whether we do it out of our own monies or out of corporate profits, that the money is going to be spent wisely, and the money is going to be spent correctly and in a manner which will give satisfaction to the donor and be valuable to the recipient. So the onus, therefore, on the state that we try and put together possible ways of receiving and spending these monies, and hence the state government's initiative. We were amongst the early states to put together a CSR authority, obviously not to mandate or direct spending in any manner, but to support, to provide the information, to provide the connections and thereby to encourage corporates who may not be looking at Punjab or who may be looking at Punjab in a relatively limited way to be engaging more forcefully with us, because there are a large set of unmet needs where while the state, of course, state governments and the government of India are supposed to have the resources to meet the requirements of the poor and the disempowered and various programs that are run for them. Yet there remain those little gaps because every scheme, every program tends, when we are looking at large systems, and government is as large a system as it can get, there do tend to be things that sometimes get set in stone that do not allow the flexibility, that little last mile connect that would add to the value of the intervention. And that CSR funding then is able to very satisfactorily and productively meet that need. And in that context, therefore, we have been privileged to receive CSR funds. I'm extremely happy to note that a large proportion of the funds have gone to health and to education, certainly two of the most important aspects for the people of the state. And as a matter of fact, I do believe that when we look at the current year's spending, we will also find that there has been a huge element of support during COVID, for instance. And so many corporates reached out to us and supported us, and we benefited from the confidence that, that we had them with us, besides us, and we could, if we wanted a tanker to bring in oxygen from Jharkhand, we had corporate supporting that. If we needed PSA plants, oxygen concentrators, and so on. So we've seen the best at the worst of times, and we are so proud and privileged, like I said, to have that kind of support at our back, and to be able to confidently then stride ahead, knowing that should there be that little requirement that we are not able to meet from state and central funding, we would have not just the financial resources, but the backing. The backing in so many ways more powerful even than the financial resources. And it's also a matter of great personal satisfaction that the trajectory of CSR support in Punjab is steeply upward sloping, and that every year there has been a significant increase. I'm very confident that with the kind of structure we have in place, with the kind of people who are manning the setup, and Dr. Goel with his personal efforts and connects, and his whole team will only make that trajectory even steeper, upward sloping going forward. And we will, year after year, be pleased to say that we have improved and that we have been able to generate more interest. We have been able to channel that interest into meaningful project proposals, and that means working with various government departments, agencies, but also civil society organizations working on areas of importance to the state. We have been able to get that money spent wisely and well, and we have thereby generated a virtuous cycle where more corporates are looking to put in more of their CSR funds into the state. So that would be our challenge as well as our objective. And I'm confident that we have the strengths, we have the skill sets, and we have the passion and the appetite to do that. So as we all gain in experience, gain in our understanding of what works and what we need to be placing before the CSR community, I think we will see that progress going forward, and the outcomes will also become visible, so that the next round of reports will start also showing what impact this funding has had. We see today how much on health, how much on education, and maybe we will have some case studies going forward on the outcomes, and those themselves will then become the basis for more and more engagement. So with that, my compliments to everyone involved in this effort, today's seminar, and my thanks to all of you on behalf of the state. There's been some wonderful work that's been done, but more importantly, there is the expectation that has been generated of much more valuable and meaningful work going forward. And I will hope to see that realized in the days to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahajan. Very inspiring. And look forward, actually, one of the first things that we look forward to is giving you the report next year, same time, to see, how this year has panned out. And this has been one of the first things that we've done with the Punjab CSR Authority. And like you said, really hoping to build on this and build on the momentum that we've set with today. Just want to let you know that on the summit today, we have corporates, not just those who are investing in Punjab, but from the rest of India, sharing best practices, etc., which also really is about bringing the conversation center stage about Punjab. So it's been, it's a lovely mix of panelists during the day today. Just want to call out Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal has just joined us, Vice Chairman of the Bharti Group. He's going to be speaking in a few minutes. Yes, just wanted to let you know he's joined. Thank you very much and look forward. And yes, we note that the expectation has been set and looking forward to working with the Punjab CSR Authority. Thank you very much, Ms. Mahajan.
Can I make a quick intervention before Mrs. Mahajan signs off?
Is that,
I will not leave without hearing you.
No. I think they will have to submit you this very report, a revised version, because I was just going through in the sanitation, they are showing 43 crores spent during, since inception, I think the last 7 years. That's the number I'm picking up. Whereas Bharti alone has spent 56 crores in Ludhiana and Amritsar. Unless the private initiative spending is not part of this report. If that be the case, then I would suggest that the private spending must also be put in, because Punjab needs to show a larger picture. We Punjabis are large-hearted. This report is not doing justice to Punjab and Punjabis.
Sure, Mr. Mittal.
I suppose the hope is that the large personal heart will also show up in a large corporate heart, and that that is the spend which they've been looking at, I think, as per the dashboards and databases of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, if I've got that right. No. But I think we need to hear Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal now.
We were hoping to hear Mr. Hussain Lal just before that. Should I just, I'm not sure what I should be doing, ma'am. Do you think I should?
I think you should switch it to government officers. Okay.
All right. All right, Mr. Lal, we'll come to you in a minute. Just very honored, Mr. Rakesh Mittal ji, to have you. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation that we extended a couple of weeks ago. And thank you very much for being here this morning. I'll just keep the introduction very brief and we're looking forward to hearing you. Mr. Mittal is the Vice Chairman of Bharti Enterprises. He's been a member of the National Council of the CII since 1999 and Chairman of the CII National Council on Agriculture since 2009. He's currently a member of the governing body of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, member of the board of the Industrial Finance Corporation of India, and a member of the National Food Processing Development Council. A passionate advocate of the right to a good education, he serves on the boards of several educational institutions. He's a life trustee and the co-chairman of Bharti Foundation, which provides free quality education for underprivileged children in rural India through their flagship program, the Satya Bharati School Program. Welcome, Mr. Mittal, and look forward to hearing you.
Thank you, Meera. Very, very good afternoon to all. Mrs. Vinnie Mahajan, the Chief Secretary of the Government of Punjab. I heard you speak. I'm sorry, I joined a bit late. But I think you have rightly mentioned that Punjab really needs to show much more CSR contributions and spending. This is something which is required across the country. And since I believe we have the NGOs and the philanthropists from all over India, I would like to make an appeal as a Punjabi to really look at Punjab in a more passionate and more focused manner, because I believe that there are many areas where CSR spending can be done, but having looked at education and healthcare, which are the largest spenders, followed by the environment and sustainability, this is something where every rupee spent is really going to help the people, the most distressed families who need it the most. Let me also compliment the Punjab CSR Cell, the Government of Punjab, Satva Consulting and NASCOM Foundation for taking this initiative. I believe this is the first one of its kind in Punjab. I think you did one or two earlier with other state governments. And I hope this is going to be now an annual feature, because we all need to come on a platform, not only share, but also learn what others are doing. One of the things which I picked up from the report was performance of the Government of Punjab on the self-development goals, sustainable development goals. In Punjab, government has really done extremely well on looking at the multi-stakeholder approach, diverse resources on common platforms, and more importantly, the ranking which UN's SDG with a composite score of 68, which is higher than the national average of 66, 12th on the Niti Aayog SDG index, 9th on Human Development Index, 12th highest recipient state of CSR funds. And I think once you go through the numbers, this ranking will move up. And large corporates, including the MSMEs, who have contributed wholeheartedly in ensuring that the money is spent for the right cause, the money is spent for the families in distress, the money is spent for those kids who need it the most to shape up their careers and their future. While the CSR spends were mandated in 2014, India was the first country in the world to having done that. But my belief is that there were already large philanthropic initiatives even before that, and there were corporates who were spending money for social causes, including the MSMEs. And let's not also forget the individual giving. That's huge in India. I mean, if you go back, thousands of centuries back, we used to say that whatever you earn, keep 1/10. The sahi is kept for a social cause. And those were the days when most money would go into either religious activities or education. But now I see there are many areas where the corporates are spending that money. I think it is important that given now the CSR policy, the rules and regulations have already been notified, we need to put a strategic focus. We must ensure that the money being spent for the social projects actually are delivering impactful results and outcome. I think that is extremely important, and that is where I believe the businesses, whether it is the MSMEs or the large corporates, given their efficiencies in running businesses, this is something which we do well, and we should be supporting the government's initiative around that. Let me quickly talk about Bharti Enterprises. If I talk about the businesses, we have always believed in transformational projects that make a significant difference in the lives of people, the consumers, the citizens, and I think more importantly, it also supports the government's initiatives. By the way, we must also remember that government is always the largest spender on CSR, on philanthropic, whatever we may say, the billions and billions of dollars which get spent every year on social projects. So the private sector can only complement to what the government does. I think government will remain by far the largest spender around that. So that very philosophy at Bharti also extended to Bharti Foundation, which was set up in the year 2000 to provide education, high quality education to the underprivileged children. From my experience since 2006, having started the primary school and then scaled up to elementary and senior secondary schools, I can tell you every child who's born has inherent potential. It is the education which makes sure which side of the line are you going to stand. And I think that is one big initiative. And I must also compliment Mrs. Mahajan, Punjab, having scored the #1 position on the education front. I think in the last couple of years, I have seen a huge focus from the education ministry, the Secretary of Education, but I think more importantly, the Honorable Chief Minister of Punjab, who really has pushed hard to ensure that the students are coming into schools regularly and the teachers are available there. Of course, the pandemic in the last 15, 18 months really put everyone off rail. But what was really surprising, and I can talk about my Bharti schools, how really teachers transformed overnight. The teachers in the rural areas where we run about 178 schools in 6 states on primary, elementary, and senior secondary. Out of those, 81 schools are being run in Punjab today, out of which 5 are senior secondary in public-private partnership under the other school plan of the Punjab government. How they really transformed the way they put video lectures, they prepared for that. And I think not only that, since the schools were closed and by the government statute and orders, we couldn't open schools, the teachers went into the community centers, into the open areas to hold balshalas and whatnot. I mean, we felt that if the education is not continued, that is going to put a huge stress into the system when the children come back. I believe pandemic is now settling behind us. I only wish that the third wave doesn't come. In the schools, the universities, the colleges, and more importantly, I think the life needs to come back to near normalcy. On the 81 primary and elementary schools, which we run under the name of Satya Bharti schools, we have 15,000 students and about 600 teachers who are actively engaged in providing education to those children. And the 5 Satya Bharti schools in public-private partnership, 6,000 students with 200 teachers. I think one big thing which my teams have done, and I must compliment them, on really ensuring that the children who come from very, very disadvantaged backgrounds have not only cleared their class 12, but have also given us results which are at par with the national rankings. And I think that is something great because I believe these children will have a very, very different and a bright future. Let me quickly also talk about the Satya Bharti Abhiyan, where we built toilets in every village home in Ludhiana rural. 1,000 plus villages, 18,000 toilets were built, and another 14,000 toilets in Amritsar, again in every home which did not have a toilet. And I think that has been a great, great learning and humbling experience for all of us. More importantly, 98.5% of those toilets are being used as toilets as we speak. I think probably this is a benchmark in the country by any stretch of imagination. These are the activities which we did on the higher education. We've set up the Bharti Institute of Public Policy at the ISB Mohali campus. And Bharti recently announced a very strong partnership with Plaksha University. So clearly we are focusing on education, and there are other friends, other colleagues, other, I would say, corporates who are into different areas, ensuring that the CSR funds are well spent. What we really need to do here is create assets. I think it's extremely important that only the operational expenditure will not be sufficient. We need to create assets. long-term capital assets which can meet the long-term needs of the society at large. We must also be identifying the projects very, very clearly and make sure that the implementing agencies, some of the corporates have their own corporate foundations, majority of them rely on the NGO partners. Can we really implement the projects and spending in a way that it is in a very, very transparent manner? The project is not only being shared and showcased to the donors, but regular reports are also sent. I can tell you there are no dearth of funds. If we are looking at about 20,000 crores a year, which is being spent under the CSR across India, I see no reason why NGOs need to really scrounge for money. The only problem which I see is the NGOs are not transparent. They don't show the donors' money, how well it is being spent. And the NGOs who are doing that, they get money from the same donor again and yet again, and there are new donors who join the bandwagon. So what I'm trying to say is we must be very, very clear in implementing the project, but more importantly, have visibility for the donors in what is being done. The second point which I would like to make here is, since we have the Chief Secretary and other government officials, I believe Punjab must take lead in creating a platform and an ecosystem for industry-academia partnership on cutting-edge research. This is something which is the need of the hour. The private sector, the corporates are willing to put money on the table, but likewise, the academics need to also ensure, like I just mentioned, the NGOs need to be transparent. The academic institutions need to be very, very transparent on how that money is being spent. And that is something which forces the hand of the corporates not to give money to the academics, because most of the time, we really don't know what happens to those funds. But the time has come when academia industry need to partner, and not only just partner for summer placements, but I would say creating the curriculum, looking at engineering, future technologies, new streams which are engaging the world all over. So I think that is second point which I wanted to leave with Sandeep. He's been a friend, continues to be a friend. I was happy to see that he's leading this initiative on the CSR front, and I'm sure there are many things which are already happening. And can we also, from the government side, look at a decentralization of decision making? Because many a times when we go into the rural hinterland and we want to do some activities, then the process is that it has to be moved up into the local government within the district, or it goes up to the state level. And most of the times I have seen then people just walking away because they feel that they don't have. I mean, in a way, I'll say they just end up losing patience. I can only end by saying that while we will continue to support the Punjab government, we will also ensure that we continue to play a very, very significant role on the education front, because that is the focus which we had taken, and the sanitation, which 2 projects are over. So the current focus will only be on education, and we would like to ensure not only the quality education being imparted in the Satya Bharati schools, which is free education, we don't charge a rupee, but I think more importantly, can we increase the quality support program with the government schools? Currently, we are partnering with 43 government schools. Can we take this to a few hundred schools where the learnings which we have picked up from the Satya Bharati schools can be shared, and in a way we create that environment where the students and teachers are in schools every single day. Education happens, and those very children have a future, and they shape up not only their future and careers for their families, but become productive and contributing citizens of India. So in the end, I can say my compliments once again to Satwa and the other stakeholders. And I'm sure Punjab will continue to receive a large number of funds on the CSR front. And we look forward to the support from the government in ensuring that any bottlenecks, if there are, majority of the time it's not, but sometimes, the smaller players who have to spend money, they get overwhelmed. And I've seen the support from the Punjab government has always been forthcoming. So Meera, thank you very much for inviting me, Sandeep. I still see Mrs. Mahajan logged in, and let me also from my side thank her for releasing the Punjab CSR Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rakesh sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us today. Privileged to have you with us. We know the stellar amount of work you have been doing in Punjab, and I've personally been witness to all the work on the sanitation front. You are our leader in this sphere, and we look forward to your continued guidance, sir.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mittal. Thank you once again. Thanks very, very much for joining us. Lots of wonderful points made there on which there is a lot of work that we can do. I think the bit about industry and academia working together is one of the things that we see green shoots in that space with the IITs and IIMs across the country working with CSRs a fair bit. But I think we need to really kind of ramp that up substantially and take it all the way to Punjab and beyond. So thank you very much. We are in touch with Mamta at Bharti and look forward to working together and working with Dr. Sandeep and team on building from here on. So thanks very much for your time today, Mr. Mittal.
Sure, Meera, and I'll ask Mamta to share the spends which we are doing. I think there is something where, unless this is only a government...
This is only the MCA data, Mr. Mittal. This is only the MCA data.
Okay,
that's
okay.
Right. Yeah,
I get it. I get it.
But
also let me tell you that we'll be very happy. I'm sure there'll be other corporates and other NGOs. Yeah. We would be very, very happy to share the best practices which we have at Bharti Foundation on the education front. And because we are currently now present in 18 states across 14 states. Yes. On the quality support program. We are partnering with almost about 700 plus government schools. So there is a huge learning which we have picked up from all over, and we will be very, very happy to share. And Mamta is always available for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mittal. Thank you very much for that. Yes, thanks very much. Thank you. We now have, we switched. So Mr. Lal, thank you so much for staying on, and thank you for patiently listening into these wonderful conversations we've been having. Very, very honored and delighted to invite Mr. Hussain Lal, 1995 batch of the IAS, currently Principal Secretary, Industries and Commerce, Government of Punjab. In addition to holding charge as Principal Secretary, Information Technology and Investment Promotion. Mr. Lal has also served as the District Collector in 4 districts of Punjab, and he was awarded the President's Silver Medal for Good Consensus Work in 2001. Welcome, Mr. Lal, and look forward to hearing you. And thank you for joining us once again.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. In fact, I'll be very brief because I have to rush for another meeting, which has just started 3:30. So my compliments to CSR Authority, CEO Dr. Sandeep Goel and his team done a wonderful job in bringing out this CSR report. In fact, the CSR Authority is going to be a game changer. The way the CSR funds were being used for the public welfare by the corporates. So this is a platform which is going to make the corporates available the kind of projects which would be required by the whether local administration or the state government at the headquarters. So we'll be guiding that in which subject, which project we require more funding, or that's the requirement of the day. I mean, we all know during COVID what kind of support we got from all sectors. So whether they were the private hospital in general or the private corporates, under CSR, whether they gave us PSA plants or all kinds of support for setting up of the health infra. I mean, incidentally, I was in the health department for a year during from August 2020 to July 2021, when COVID was at peak during first peak as well as the second peak. So this report has brought out that we have funds available with us. The issue is how do we actually prioritize these funds? It has brought out that health and education are the two priority sectors where most of the funds will be required and needs to be leveraged, apart from the other sectors. So I think we'll be this authority will be doing a compilation of all such requirements from the stakeholders. And on our part in the Department of Industries and Commerce, we are in touch with all the industries based in and out of the state. I'm having regular meetings. In fact, a couple of days back, I had a meeting with the Sangrur District Industrial Chamber. They were celebrating their 25th anniversary of setting up that chamber. So I was talking to them about this CSR funding. So they said we are doing it regularly. The only issue is now it will become more digitized. We'll come to know about it, and we'll try and see if we can channelize it in the priority sectors. So with these words, thank you very much, Dr. Goel, team, everybody who is supporting making this happen. This is a beginning. We have a long way to go. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you, Usman sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind words, and we look forward to your blessings and support.
Thank you.
I'm sorry we delayed you, but that was inadvertent.
Not at all. Not at all. I just need to just rush back to the next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lal. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. Saloni, may I just hand it over back to you?
Thank you so much, Meera. It's been a pleasure for us to listen to Ms. Mahajan, Mr. Mittal, and Mr. Lal. Thank you so much, everyone. I would now like to introduce Mr. Tushar Tulsian, consultant at Punjab CSR Authority, to present the key highlights of the Punjab CSR report. Tushar has more than 6 years of experience across investment banking and government consulting. He worked as an investment banker at JP Morgan across Mumbai, Tokyo, Sydney, and New York offices. While at Government of Punjab, he has since worked across disinvestments, MSMEs, and CSR. He holds an MBA from the Indian School of Business. Welcome, Tushar, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Saloni, for the amazing introduction. Firstly, on the logistics front, am I firstly audible and is my screen visible?
Yes, Tushar.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of Punjab CSR Authority, I once again welcome you all to the Punjab CSR Summit 2021. I work with Punjab CSR Authority and have been working with the team for past 1 year since it has been functioning. I will be presenting the Punjab CSR Report 2021, which has been compiled with the help of Satwa Consulting team. I have about 10 to 15 minutes. So what I'll be doing is I'll start with a bird's eye view of what the report has, and we'll be highlighting specific insights wherever necessary. But before that, I would like to highlight and tell all participants at the very outset that the intent of the presentation is that each of the participants go back from this webinar with an absolute clarity on what and how the CSR landscape of Punjab especially is. At least that's the attempt. We of course encourage everybody to go through the report. It's a 30-page report with a lot of infographics, less of text, and the details of the report will also be, or probably must have been, shared in the chat box itself. So having said that, let's start with the presentation. Moving on to the first slide, this is just to set the context, the macroeconomic overview of Punjab. When we look at it from the India front, Punjab's population, area, number of households, if you clearly see in the bottom, in the red box, most of it would be in the range of 1.5 to 2.5%. So when we talk about the, Saloni, is everything okay?
Yes, Tushar. Yes,
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So with respect to the population, the area, you can see these are Census 2011 indicators. So about 2.3% of India's population, about 1.5% of India's landmass, about 2.2% of the number of households. So this broadly describes the demographics which Punjab has. And now let's look at this slide. So this is what exactly our Chief Secretary was mentioning. In terms of the corporate presence in Punjab, the number of registered companies in India vis-a-vis Punjab, about 1.7%. Number of companies participating in CSR, about 1.2%. And the CSR spent in the state, let's say from the period CSR was made mandatory to 2014 to 2020, about 93,000 crores, and Punjab has had just a less than 1% share of the total CSR spent overall in the country. In terms of the MSMEs, though there are few MSMEs which are large enough to be CSR eligible, but still we have about 2.3% of the total MSMEs in India with respect to the percentage share. So just to sum it up with respect to the first two slides, in terms of the demographics and the corporate presence, Punjab is about 2% of India. And now with the bird's eye view set, let's deep dive into how the CSR money has evolved over the years across India and Punjab. So this is the first slide. We have about 10,000 crores of CSR money being spent in India starting from 2014-15, and it has about doubled in the most recent financial year for which we have the data for FY 19-20. We can see that it's a consistent increase, about 16% year-on-year growth. Total CSR spent is around 92.6 thousand crores. And when we sort of extend this argument to Punjab in terms of the positive trajectory, which our CS also mentioned, just look at this. Now, Punjab has also witnessed a similar growth, but especially in the last 2 years, it has received about 50% of its total CSR funding, received in past 6 years. So about 340 crores out of the 630 crores it has received in past 2 years itself. The graph has been actually very steep, about 26% year-on-year increase. Of course, most of it is coming from the last 2 years CSR contributions which Punjab has received. One thing which we have to highlight, and we have already talked about a bit earlier, is that the percentage share of Punjab in India is about 1%. And we are talking about, let's say, the 6 year worth of CSR that has been received in the country and in Punjab. So we now know the overall CSR spends across both India and Punjab. Let's deep dive again now how the CSR spend has been actually across sectors, across districts. So with respect to India, the top recipient sectors which were expected to be education, healthcare, they also stand up similarly. About 28,000 crores out of 92,000 and about 16,000 crores out of the 92 have been towards the education and healthcare sectors. In terms of the geographies, again, the states with most extensive corporate presence, they have been the ones which have attracted most of the CSR. In terms of the top funding companies, Reliance and ONGC have been the two oil and gas companies that have led the CSR contributions in the country. Of course, we have TCS, NTPC, Indian Oil also leading their parts. And in terms of the bottom right chart, as you can see, in terms of the top funding industries, we have oil, gas, coal and petroleum, BFSI and ITES being the three topmost sectors which have contributed towards CSR. Now, please just have a focus on the top or the bottom right chart, which we are showcasing through the India's CSR distribution. I'll refer to it when we go towards the Punjab CSR spend. Now, Punjab is similar to India in terms of being the top recipient through the education and healthcare with respect to CSR funding. But now look at the top right graph, which we have. Oil and gas petroleum seems to be still the sector which has contributed the most. But as we saw in the bottom right graph, BFSI and ITES sectors, which are key contributors in India with respect to CSR, they do not stand anywhere with respect to their CSR contributions in Punjab. Now, of course, for the ITES sector, we can make an argument that there is not much corporate presence. But when we do talk about BFSI sector, banking, financial services, we do see number of large banks, financial institutions that do have at least retail presence in the state. So something just to bring it out there, maybe multiple panelists which are about to speak could sort of touch base upon that point, and how we could encourage even the BFSI sector companies to ensure that their CSR contributions are also being channelized towards the state. So that's something that is noteworthy, and we wanted to bring it out through this chart. In the bottom left, you can see in terms of the top funding companies, we already had Mr. Prabh Das from the HMEL group who spoke about how HPCL has been undertaking their CSR initiatives. They are the top CSR contributors in Punjab, followed by Trident, International Tractors, Sonalika, Bharti Infratel. We have also Bharti Airtel, let's say in the 7th position. Nabha Power, GlaxoSmithKline. These have been the key funding companies that have contributed towards CSR in Punjab. Coming to the bottom right, mode of implementation. Now, Punjab has a different or a contrasting picture here with respect to the fact that most of the CSR is being implemented or being done directly by the company vis-a-vis the implementing agency. And one of the key arguments in order to justify this is that Punjab does not have a very strong NGO ecosystem. Probably that's also something that all the stakeholders could take note of, that what precisely constitutes the fact that there are less number of implementing agencies receiving the CSR share, and it's the companies that are taking the CSR initiatives directly. So broadly, this covers the Punjab and the India CSR spend distribution across the sectors, companies, modes, and funding industries. I'll talk quickly about what constitutes the top spenders in Punjab. With respect to the government and the non-government companies, we see by leaps and bounds, it's the private sector that's playing a dominant role. HPCL, Trident, or let's say broadly, it's the private sector companies that are leading all the CSR initiatives. We have selected government companies undertaking few CSR initiatives, but the magnitude of it is quite small with respect to the total CSR spent in the state. District-wide distribution now at the ground level. Well, the graph is self-explanatory in the sense that it does tell us broadly where the CSR is going. However, the key issue and the concern with respect to this data is that about 61% of the CSR expenditure is not even mapped. So this data source is directly from the MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So something that the corporates may note, that whenever they are filing their CSR reports, then mentioning exactly where they're spending these their CSR money, that's something that would allow the state to gauge what share at a district level is the particular district receiving CSR from a particular corporate. Districts here may have been receiving more than what has been claimed as per the reports or the data from the MCA. But broadly, Ludhiana, Amritsar, Hoshiarpur, they are at the top in terms of receiving the CSR expenditure. As you see in the bottom, Fazilka, Roopnagar, Faridkot, we are pretty sure that in actual terms, there will be good amount of CSR funding being received in those districts as well. But given the fact that most of it is not mentioned, on a technical angle, it's not being covered as of now. Okay, so we have covered the CSR numbers broadly, but there is one more angle to the CSR report which we have not covered yet. I'll skip this one. The SDGs. Now, our keynote speaker, Mr. Mittal, also spoke about the UN Sustainable Development Goals. We have talked about the CSR landscape in India, CSR landscape in Punjab, but there is a globally accepted framework through the UN SDGs, which actually exists with all the stakeholders in public domain, which could act as a medium for facilitating public-private partnerships. There are 17 sustainable development goals set by the UN, which are bound to be completed by all the member nations by 2030. Niti Aayog has already launched the SDG India Index, which actually is a tracking tool to see how much of the SDG completion or performance has there been at the subnational or the state levels. Punjab's SDG scores will be reflected in the subsequent slide, but broadly, the idea to depict this slide is particularly to tell all the corporates especially that whatever CSR initiatives are being undertaken by you, then you can use the SDGs and the SDG performance at the state level to calibrate and check where your actual CSR money is going into. So if you see on this slide, this is the goal-wise performance of Punjab for the year 2021 as per the Niti Aayog's SDG India Index. There are certain sustainable development goals whose performance would indicate you that these are few areas where we could focus on. For example, SDG 5 is gender equality, SDG 8 decent work and economic growth, life on land primarily relates to pollution and diversity above land. So just a bird's eye view on what could be a potential way to go about thinking about or strategizing about how CSR investments should pan out in a particular region. I'll go back to the previous slide. So India and Punjab, India, as again was mentioned earlier, the UN SDG composite score for year FY 2021 stands at 66. Closer you are to the value of 100, it means closer you are to the achievement of the SDGs 2030. Punjab has been faringly, has been doing slightly better in this regard with a score of 68. Both India and Punjab have shown improvement of about 6 points. It was earlier 60 for India, about 62 for Punjab. So to sum it up, SDGs could provide a very great and a very well thought out framework for the corporates while channelizing their CSR contributions. And we highly encourage all the corporates and the stakeholders to look at these SDGs at the state level, at the district level, while panning out their CSR initiatives and their CSR policies. Okay, coming up to the conclusion of the report, this section basically tells all the stakeholders and the audience that the CSR trends captured in the report pertain to the year FY 1920 to the latest. We are yet to see in the post-COVID world how the CSR landscape has evolved, both in India and Punjab. One of the key trends we see is that disaster management as one of the 12 activities mentioned in Section 135, Schedule 7 of the Companies Act. That's a bucket that would pick up because many of the CSR contributions have been channelized to that particular bucket. Yes, as promised, we'll be seeking help of the Satwa consulting team to come up with the more recent version of the report basis, hopefully from now on. This broadly concludes the finding of the report. We intend to highlight that the report is accessible and will be accessible on the Punjab CSR Authority website as well. It can be downloaded from the link mentioned on the slide. In the chat box, one of the Satwa representatives must have already shared the link. With this, I conclude my presentation in terms of the highlights of the Punjab CSR report. Thank you, everyone, once again. Thank you to the Satwa team for compiling the report. We at Punjab CSR Authority sincerely hope that the insights from this report will facilitate all stakeholders, be it the corporates, be it the implementing agencies, or any specific government stakeholder which a corporate deals with or the implementing agency deals with, to look at Punjab in a more comprehensive manner from the CSR perspective. I thank you once again, and over to you, Saloni and Meera.
Thank you very much, Tushar. Data, in fact, is a key enabler for enabling development in the most right manner and at the right place. So thank you again, Tushar. We now move to the second panel of the day, facilitating effective partnerships between corporates, government, and nonprofits. Our first panelist is Ms. Juhi Gupta, Head of Sustainability at PepsiCo India. Juhi leads PepsiCo's EPR initiatives on plastic waste management in India. Juhi has been featured in the list of top 25 CSR professionals in the country by CSR Times, one of the leading publications on CSR in India, and was recently conferred with the most influential sustainability leaders of India at the India Sustainability Leadership Summit. It's an honor, Juhi, and welcome, Juhi. Our second panelist is Ms. Rani Bansal, ex-IAS officer and chief officer at Lend a Hand NGO. She focuses on expanding the coverage of vocational education in last mile communities across India, including Pan-India. Welcome, Rani. Our third panelist is Ms. Nidhi Bhasin, CEO at NASSCOM Foundation. Nidhi is a social development sector professional with over 2 decades of experience. Nidhi is extremely passionate about providing equal opportunities to all, technology for social good, and women and youth development. Before joining NASSCOM Foundation, Nidhi was working with Concern India Foundation as Deputy Chief Executive Officer. Welcome, Nidhi. The moderator for this panel is Ms. Aarti Mohan, co-founder and partner at Satwa Consulting. Aarti works closely with foundations, multilaterals, and their ecosystems to deliver impact. She supports the government advisory engagements that Satwa executes in multiple states. Aarti has led research programs and ecosystem engagements looking particularly at women's economic empowerment. Welcome, Aarti, and over to you.
Thank you, Saloni, and it's a pleasure to welcome the eminent panelists for today's session who've been really entrenched in the Punjab ecosystem. I want to start with a few cues that I picked up from the earlier discussions where we had Ms. Vinny come in and talk about how Punjab has already established a very strong base and where the state is very open to ensuring that it works in close partnership with corporates, with civil society, and all of the other supporting organizations on realizing impact and holding this structure accountable for performance. I also want to pick up something that Shri Rakesh Parthimittal said, is that Punjab is more generous than the quantum of money that the CSR spend seems to indicate. And both these point to a very critical element of amplifying impact over and above what programs can by themselves achieve, which is what we can achieve together through partnerships. I had the honor of visiting the Bharti schools a few years ago, as well as the implementations of PepsiCo Foundation on the ground in Punjab, where I witnessed that there were so many partnerships that were already happening. There were startups that were working to construct the toilets. They had people from the group engineering department doing quality control. They had the Gram Panchayats, SHGs come in for being champions to support behavioral change. And they were hand-holding it till the government could take over between construction and actually sustain social and behavioral change. Observed very similar things in the PepsiCo Foundation's initiatives on the ground in agriculture, where from agronomists to scientists to on-ground NGOs, everybody was executing for impact through partnerships. So I'd really love to take the opportunity of hosting this discussion for the next 45 minutes to hear from our esteemed panelists on their experiences and then leave up the last 10 to 12 minutes for questions from the audience. I'd love to start with you, Juhi. And the first question we had for you today is, when we are looking at accelerating the pace of social development, we need investments to move from what we may call the philanthropic mode to a mission mode. What would you say are your experiences? And if you could use the opportunity also to talk a little bit about what PepsiCo has been doing in the state.
Thank you, Aarti. At the outset, let me thank Satva and NASCOM Foundation and the CSR Authority for inviting me to be part of this panel and sharing my thoughts. Again, I would want to commend Satva for bringing out the CSR report, which is reflective of many, many important notes, especially the point around Punjab faring very well on the SDG front and having a composite score of 68, I think, which is commendable. And this could not take place without the excellent leadership that the Punjab government has, whether you call it political or the bureaucratic. We heard Ms. Vinnie Mahajan also, and we've had the opportunity of working very closely with her in terms of rolling out PepsiCo programs. So we've got a lot of support from the entire bureaucracy in Punjab, whether it is from the Chief Secretary office or the Sangrur DC office. Everything has been happening with collaboration. And again, Rajat Agarwal, I would also want to mention the Invest Punjab CEO, who's also been really instrumental in what PepsiCo has been doing in the area of Punjab. So I would say, Aarti, on your question on whether, how you can accelerate in a mission mode. First, I would say on CSR, it's almost been 6-7 years when the law was mandated by the MCA, Ministry of Corporate Affairs. And we've come a long way, from since then. I would say it's now changed from a mere check-cutting, philanthropic approach to more strategic. Because the boards are involved now, there's a lot of corpus that a company allocates towards CSR. And again, the boards are accountable for an approach of having, CSR rolled out. So from that sense, like I said, we've come a long way, and the corporate mindset has also changed. Now, for every penny that we are spending, there is accountability. So there is already mission mode. I think what can further accelerate this is a more collaborative mindset, because oftentimes, you see governments are also working on the same vision and corporates are also having the same sort of programs. There is an important, thing that could the collaboration could bring out, and instead of creating islands of excellences, which we could collaborate and really put a force multiplier to the entire efforts that are happening on. So, that would be my sort of, key on how we can accelerate it. And again, this partnership needs to not be just, corporate or government, but civil society has a very, very important role to play. Community have a very important role to play. So we all need to come together in synergy, identifying the local needs, and then addressing these issues into a very systematic sort of program with clear KPIs and outputs really mentioned in the program. Then again, from a reporting standpoint, they, obviously once you do a baseline, you're able to understand and identify the needs better. There has to be a midline assessment and an endline assessment, so that, middle of the program, if you feel that there's some course correction that is required, the corporates can really take that approach. So it's more of a mission mode or a program mode rather than a philanthropic activity that the corporates are, now adopting for a more sustainable CSR. Coming to what PepsiCo does in terms of Punjab, I would, before I really deep dive into our CSR programs, I would like to mention that we've got a very strong base, PepsiCo has in Punjab. We have our biggest food factory in Channo, in Sangrur district in Punjab. We've got a concentrate plant. We've got a mini tuber facility in Hoshiarpur. We've also got our ecosystem partner also has a plant there, Varun Beverage Limited, a beverage plant. So again, from an investment standpoint and the entire ecosystem, we are already investing about more than 1,500 crores, and there are about 2,500 jobs that we would have created there, both direct and indirect. Coming more specific to our CSR focus area, let me start first with the core areas that we work on. And I think the previous panels also touched upon the importance of water replenishment in Punjab and how water stress some of the blocks are. So we are precisely working on that need in Punjab, and we've been working there for last couple of years on a very watershed approach. We've partnered with a development support organization called Alternative Development Initiatives, which has done a baseline assessment of all the water bodies that are there. and which can be taken up for rejuvenating. Because if you see, typically all these villages have these community ponds, but there is no water recharge happening because they are not being maintained properly. So we've identified almost 15 to 16 ponds that we've taken up. And again, the process has been very participatory. We've taken the communities, totally at the helm of, everything that we do. And they have been instrumental in the program that we've developed for them. So before every monsoon, we really repair and maintain these ponds so that we can prepare these rainwater harvesting structures for receiving rainfall and addressing the groundwater challenges there. And we've seen some, great success there in improvement in groundwater levels through our programs. How we involve communities also through an entire water stewardship approach, because they are the ones who are really monitoring rainfall levels. They are the ones who are monitoring the piezometer, readings they are taking on seeing how much groundwater level improvements have been done. Again, livelihood is another aspect that we've been able to cover through these programs, because women who were typically, you walk long distances to fetch water have been able to free up their time. And we are now engaging with those women to engage her with some livelihood activities like tailoring, like soap making. So those sort of income generation activities are also done through this program. And we are also addressing the agri-based livelihoods by introducing the farmers to horticulture practices, floricultural practices, which can wean them away from water-intensive cropping. So that's our core program. We call it Sustainable Water Resource Development and Management, and again done with ADI. Second program that we do is on a nutrition program with Smile Foundation, which is again addressing a critical need of nutrition for pregnant and lactating mothers, and also malnutrition amongst children. So this is a program that we are going to be launching soon. It's already there in action for a few months now. COVID obviously had some sort of, deterrent, was a little bit of deterrent, but still we are going on. The focus is on rejuvenating the Anganwadi systems and having a high footfall there. And again, a lot of capacity building is happening to work with these Anganwadi DBs to help them make the communities aware on the best nutritional aspects. Another important component of this program is the kitchen garden concept, where we are, training these women to grow seasonal vegetables, which could be part of the daily diets or a balanced diet for these communities. So those are some of the core programs that we have. In fact, I would also want to mention just the COVID part, COVID relief. I think enough has been said by Srimati Vinny Mahajan also, and other panelists also. But I want to again reiterate that PepsiCo worked hand in hand with the government of Punjab to really, stand with the government in this time of need. And the first phase of COVID, we were focusing on giving ration kits to address the nutritional requirements of the communities, because a lot of labor was displaced, a lot of communities were displaced. So the first phase was more focused on providing ration kits for communities and also RT-PCR kits for testing. So we sent around 6,000 RT-PCR kits in Bhatinda and Amritsar to government laboratories to take care of that aspect. In the second phase, it was rolled out, just 2-3 months back. We worked with an NGO called Seeds, and we worked with them on creating an isolation center, COVID isolation center, along with the direct coordination with PHCs, because of the high rise of COVID patients, there was a lot of burden on the infrastructure, hospital infrastructure. So we worked on that. We provided oxygen concentrators, and now we are working on the entire vaccination drives. Because in the rural areas, you still see a lot of people hesitant to take on the vaccine. So a lot of awareness is, required there. So we are doing house to house awareness drives for vaccination for communities. So these are, some of the programs. And again, I would want to mention that PepsiCo is committed to the state of Punjab, and we'll continue our journey, whether it is engagement with Punjab or engagement with the communities. Thank you.
Thanks, Juhi. And I'm picking up a couple of very interesting things you said about community participation for water stewardship being at the heart of it. Identify an area of key need and work on a program that can keep that outcome in mind. And two is measure it as you go along, because very critical to say that, your money is being spent effectively and you're seeing the impact that you've envisioned. So would love to come back to you on the nutrition program when we come back to the next round of questions. But love to go over to Ms. Nidhi. You've been at the heart of, this is what NASCOM Foundation's been really well known for, which is to look at how do we bring together a set of corporates to operate in mission mode. What are your thoughts on how can we move from the entire philanthropic mode to the mission mode for accelerated development?
Thank you, Aarti. Firstly, I think I need to thank everyone. It's an amazing platform for us to partner out here. And I think from whatever I heard in terms of PepsiCo, I think some brilliant work being done by the industry. So congratulations on that. I think, a brilliant question for me, Aarti, because, for the last 20 plus years since I joined this sector, I've been talking about, okay, how do we move this whole sector from philanthropy to mission mode? And that's where, we are seeing that happening as of today. So it's an apt question for me. When we come to Punjab, I think we've already seen a huge amount of social development in Punjab. While, it's basically a cultural thing in Punjab, while we've seen a lot of people who have moved out of the country has come back and given back to Punjab. And it is for this reason that you can actually see a huge amount of philanthropic approach out here, but at the same time, there's a huge amount of global exposure also. You can already see that Punjab is aligning itself to the SDGs. But however, yes, there is a huge gap as far as corporate CSR goes out there. Just now, when you released the report, you were sharing the findings. I think there was something like 631 crores over the last 6 years, which have been spent under CSR in Punjab. But according to me, this is still a checkbox approach. While there is a little bit of mandatory 2%, a part of that's being done out here. But we have a long way to go in Punjab as far as CSR investment goes. And also business priorities also need to align with societal objectives. While working on CSR partnerships, we at NASCOM Foundation do help corporates to align their business priorities to societal objectives. Skilling and upskilling is actually one of the biggest examples that I can give you out here, is that, if we are able to skill and upskill a lot of youth, that will go a long way in bridging the gap, because while there is an industry which is growing, but there is a huge shortage of talent. So that's where we feel that a CSR investment will help in terms of bridging that gap, and it will also align to business objectives. The another important aspect which can give impetus to mission mode is how we look at CSR. I don't think we need to look at CSR from philanthropy at all point of view. It has to be looked at very professionally, business run way of doing stuff, because we need to have very, very clear deliverables and how we are going to monitor this impact. I also believe that, as the investment in the state is growing, along with that, of course, the CSR will also grow. And it was really heartening to hear that, out of the 631 crores, approximately, I think 50% or more was just in the last 2 years. So it just shows that, the future is very bright as far as the industry investing in CSR and the partnerships go out here. While all the economic measures will still take some time, but in NASCOM Foundation, we do believe in a data-driven CSR. Juhi also spoke a little bit about it. I do believe that CSR should not be marketing-driven; it should be genuine impact-driven strategy, and it's important to keep on asking: are we making an impact? How exactly will we measure this impact? Who is benefiting from it? Is the program failing or succeeding? Should we keep funding something or should we pull out? These are some of the key questions that I feel that while the industry is working on CSR strategy in Punjab or any other state, they need to look at it. I do feel that what I started the conversation by saying that Punjab does have an advantage of having a culture of giving back that aligned with the CSR strategy, I think can have a huge long-term impact.
Thanks, Nidhi. And I'm just picking up the whole data-driven approach to be able to measure and learn from what you're seeing on the ground to then drive that back towards more performance-oriented CSR. And secondly, even though the law says that it cannot contribute to business, that is different from saying how do we align business priorities from a development perspective with the CSR, which then, hopefully adds to that mission mode and ripple effect. With that, and picking up your skill point, I'd love to go over to Ms. Rani, because Lahi in different states has been working with governments very closely to look at the whole youth engagement and employability question. So what does mission mode mean from your perspective while looking at employability and livelihoods?
Thank you, first of all, Aarti and Satwa, for having me here to represent Lend a Hand India. So like you said, Lend a Hand India has been working in the skill education area for the past 15 years now. So we work not with 18 plus youth much, but from the 9 to 12 standard students, which is 14 to 18 years of age. And we intend to universalize skill education, make it a mainstream part of the curriculum, so that the school to work transition becomes more relevant for the students and for the youth. Like Nidhi rightly said, the youth needs to be skilled here and relate to the needs of the industry. So Lend a Hand India has been working for the past 15 years. I think the idea behind launching the kind of project that we do is that Lend a Hand India believes that any level of scaling can be only achieved through government. I mean, all of us can come together, the civil society, the CSR partners, but the scaling, the reaching out to the remotest areas and the remotest sections of the society can be only done effectively by the government. We are the enablers, we are the supporting partners, which we try to do currently in our model. So that is how we work. We support the government. We ourselves try to bring the domain expertise, because we have been there in the skill education sector for past 15 years. And we are supported by our CSR partners in funding these programs. So we do not have any financial relations or implications with the governments of the states. So that is the model of Lend a Hand India. And talking about the mission mode, I think, so this is what keeps us going, I think. The scaling is very important. So our idea is that we pilot and we demonstrate to the government what is scalable, what is replicable with the help of the CSR partners. So this intersection is like, it really works for Lend a Hand India, because that has been our model since the inception of the organization. We really started with direct implementation. And once this scheme in 2014 was launched by the central government for vocationalization, we jumped onto the opportunity. We worked with our CSR partners, and we then partnered with, we started with Maharashtra government, and now we are partnering with 24 state governments and consulting with them to implement and to improve the implementation of the vocational education scheme. So I think the mission mode comes from here only, the strategizing part, the long-term impact part that all of us are talking about here. So I think the ROI for all of us as a society is that the long-term vision needs to be met, especially in the education sector. And so in health sector, if we talk about infrastructure, you can immediately see the impact, the hospitals being made, the primary health centers being made. But in education, the impact can be seen only in the longer run. So there is a sort of a transversability attached to the education sector. So we need to keep in mind all those factors while we are strategizing with any of the CSO, civil society organizations or the government, while funding and investing in any of these projects.
Thanks, Ms. Rani. And it's interesting that you say that it's important to pilot and demonstrate results from the pilot, because oftentimes governments are seeing a lot of outreach on various different models. So what helps them, handle these competing priorities is some sort of a demonstration that this model works and can be replicated, and then the partnership sort of strengthens there. I'd love to go a little deeper into what constitutes good partnerships, because collaboration seems like a really ideal. I mean, it's very, even an alternative. It seems like the no-brainer kind of an idea to do, but in reality, while executing it, so many things have to come together, and the cost of collaboration often in different ways becomes a deterrent to collaborations being sustained. So I'd love for this panel to come in on this question and share an example from your experience. Maybe we could start with Ms. Juhi. But at PepsiCo, if you could illustrate what it has meant for you to collaborate with different actors, be it academia, government, civil society organizations, and other intermediaries, perhaps, to put together a fairly successful program, and how has that collaboration sustained? If you could touch upon these aspects.
Sure, Aarti, thanks for the question. So, I would say that, multiple actors have a role to play when you're talking about development of a particular geography. So I mentioned about the government partnership, that we need to really look at for convergence standpoint, so that we can really make those programs scale up. Apart from that, community again is very, very important, because, oftentimes we see CSR more in the space of hardware building, whether it is toilets, for example, or hand washing stations. But till you have that behavioral change institution within the communities, you really cannot have a successful program play out. So building in or allocating funding towards community capacity building is really essential. And I would want to specifically give one example, from a program that we have on Bosch in another geography with WaterAid. We have really focused not only on creation of assets, WASH assets for communities, but really focused on creating institution level, communities like village water sanitation committees who are really taking care of this infrastructure. Because 3 or 4 years down the line, when you really exit from the program, the idea is that the communities can really take care of the infrastructure that is being created, how they are able to derive value. So these village water sanitation committees are collecting money for water which is being consumed. It's not free of cost. And the money that is being collected is again going back to the O&M or operations and maintenance of the created infrastructure. So I think we should probably play equal amount of outlay we should keep for this sort of software building also in community capacity building for a successful and sustainable program. So that essentially is the key.
Great point around the social infrastructure being a measure of sustainability, because oftentimes it becomes the financial sustainability becomes the overarching theme, but very, very critical to see, how can the program outlive the organizations that are supporting it through social sustainability measures. Nidhi, you've worked with NASSCOM and there are a lot of digital initiatives that NASSCOM is spearheading today with different actors. If you could talk about what it takes to collaborate when you're looking at tech and digital-led approaches, whether in other states or Punjab, and if you'd use that to illustrate what are some good practices around collaboration.
Sure, Aarti. So I think I would like to start by the buzzline nowadays. It's like the partnership between Samaj, Sarkar and Bazaar is the way forward. So I don't think it's the easiest partnership, Aarti, as you said, that sometimes that can be a hindrance. But I don't think, there is a way forward unless we all work together. As far as theory goes, I can talk about a lot, but I do believe that neither the government nor the corporates nor the non-profit sector, the development sector can have any kind of sustainable impact unless we work together. No amount of working in silos will help us to achieve anything. When different stakeholders with different unique skill sets, we come together with a common vision, and that allows for an actionable change. And all the conversations around that, all the dialogues help us to achieve that. So before I give you any example of how NASSCOM Foundation has been using partnerships and collaborations for a sustainable impact, I do believe that the 17 SDGs, which talks about partnership, is the most important. And we at NASSCOM Foundation also believe that it's a priority goal for us also. While, we all can work towards the first 16, but without the 17th goal, none of us can achieve what we need to achieve. So from that point of view, I think partnerships, collaborations is the way forward. And to share some examples, for the last few years, we have been working with the Vodafone Idea Foundation, actually. So where we have worked, we call it something called Connecting for Good, where we have, and there is also collaboration from government ministries and bodies in this program, where we have launched various platforms and apps where which helps either to reach out to the vulnerable communities like children or women, or is helping to build the capacities of the nonprofit sector. And these platforms and apps, which may be otherwise unaffordable because of the partnership of the corporate, NASSCOM Foundation and the government, has actually had a far-reaching effect. And very, very recent example is where our team in Satwa is very well involved, is the Cisco, Niti Aayog and NASSCOM Foundation partnership along with Satwa, where we are working towards strengthening the women empowerment platform, the WEP program, which is basically an initiative of Niti Aayog, and how we all are actually working towards building the capacities of women entrepreneurs. So these are a couple of examples while we are we have, other programs where we are using technology and the government partnerships and the CSR funds to kind of work together on many social enterprises, many impactful initiatives. And none of this would have been possible if we would have said that it's only one party working on it. And we couldn't have achieved it without the government partnership. And I don't think government would have achieved this without our partnership out there or the corporate partnership out there. So I think somewhere, yes, that has been very, very impactful. And so definitely going back to the initial line that, Samaj Sarkar Bazaar is the way forward.
Thanks, Nidhi. It's a good segue into what I was going to ask Ms. Rani in terms of just saying, in your programs, what does it take you work equally on employability, entrepreneurship, and vocational education and that continuum. What does it take to ensure that collaborations from the point of view of civil society with the whole construct of Sarkar Samaj Bazaar that Nidhi had spoken about? How does that come together from your vantage point?
So from the non-profit sector, I think, like you have clearly mentioned, Aarti, I think the important part that we look in our partners, whether it's the government partners or whether it's the CSR partners, is the alignment of the vision. So for Lend a Hand India, like Juhi had mentioned earlier about working with the community so that they become important stakeholders and own it up and take care of whatever infrastructure, hard or software building. Similarly, we work with the government from the point of view of making systemic changes so that sustainability is achieved while continuing any of the programs. So vocational education scheme is relatively new as compared to other programs that are going on in the education sector. And frankly, a lot of systems need to be set up, a lot of procedures need to be set up. And those kind of works are going on with our partnership with the government. And like Nidhi has been mentioning about the technological aspect of it. So from that same point of view, we have been partnering with a lot of governments through our CSR funding to build those technological inputs as well, to technological infrastructure as well, MIS and reporting for the monitoring, better monitoring of the program, taking care of the salaries of the trainers, whether the classes are being held on time or not, whether the what is the impact of the skill education program basically on the students? But are they able to complete the complete loop actually? So post-12, are they benefiting from the program of skill education? Are they really doing something in which they are being trained currently? So what is the employability level? What is the employment level? So all those things, we are currently building up the system slowly with the governments, with the help of our CSR funders, I think. So that is one of the key intersection points, strengthening points for us in this partnership. The alignment of the vision to change the system, to make the system more robust and efficient in sustaining any of the programs.
Nice to touch upon vision alignment, but finally it comes down to saying at the MIS level, am I, aligned? Am I executing with alignment between all partners? So that's an interesting, make sure that on the ground it's executed equally collaboratively. The previous presentation with the report, we saw that SDG 5 is one of the areas that, Punjab is definitely lagging behind from an SDG perspective. And although it doesn't relate to, to the collaboration theme overall, but we do know that gender outcomes are both interconnected and intertwined. I mean, gender is a part of all SDGs. Pretty much. So I would love to understand from this panel, what do you think we can do to make that number go up in terms of social outcomes achievement? How do we make sure that gender outcomes are better? And somebody in the audience commented saying this is an all women panel. Maybe we should start having gender diversity. We should have more men talk in the room about gender outcomes. And I hope that happens soon. But I'd love to hear from this panel on what can we do to make that number go up. Nidhi, do you want to take that first?
Yeah, of course. I think after you gave the answer yourself to that, because I think so while there is a lot of thought on where all women or young girls can be involved, right from education to skilling, or even initiatives about reskilling or return to work. I think a lot of issues that we've seen, even in progressive areas in this last 1.5 years. So I think unless we integrate it, unless we make it a part of every program that we are doing, whether it is, even if we're talking about water program, where we are working with something in a community on water, or we are talking about about how making technology accessible for women or girls. I think earlier panel, I did hear a lot about education and the digital gap right now. And if you see that even in current scenario, when it is in access to a particular digital device, then who is getting a preference in most of the areas? So I think somewhere, unless we make it a very, very integrated part of our overall, strategy or program, no matter where we are working on, especially, yes, of course, we are talking about, yes, government is giving a big push, and there is a, in terms of women empowerment issue, which is happening in a lot of states, including Punjab. So, it has to be a very systematic, very data-driven, very, very data-driven supported approach where we are able to integrate it every program. We're able to understand the needs, the problems beyond what we read in the newspaper, because every community is very different, and we need to reach that particular community, come up with a very, very specific program for that community. And yes, as you said, Aarti, that it's across all goals, so all SDGs. So yes, whether we are talking about poverty elevation, we're talking about education, we're talking about everything, that's one aspect that we need to concentrate everywhere. And yeah, a very, very conscious approach from everybody. Yeah, if a corporate is spending 10 crores, probably 4 or 5 needs to be committed to such programs, even if they're doing on environment, or even if they're doing on skilling. It has to be some kind of a special dedicated commitment from each one on that. And also, since I'm representing the development sector, I think we also, in our approach, while we may be achieving any goals, we need to also make sure that while achieving those broader goals, we align ourselves to all of this, so we help in this whole way forward of achieving that goal.
Absolutely. And it's an interesting thought to say that can every program have a certain budget allocated to be gender intentional? Juhi, you work on nutrition programs that cater to some of the most difficult challenges that women are faced with. What are your thoughts on how could we bring up the gender outcomes?
So Aarti, I couldn't agree, more with what Nidhi said. I think we need to have a women empowerment aspect across all the programs, and the kind of programs that we run, especially on water and wash, there is a direct link to women, because those are, women cohort is the most vulnerable, cohort when it comes to water. They are the ones who are traveling a lot of distances to collect water. But what we have seen is when the basic needs are met, which is, water, when you have water in the catchment, you are also able to expose them and give, thought or give wings to their, minds, where they can really think of what they want to get involved in, how they want to, next level of aspirations. When you are able to meet the needs, then they are also able to see what else can I do after freeing up my time. So we have seen it in our programs where the basic needs were met through our water programs. And then these women said, okay, now I'm free. Now tell me how I can be engaged. I want to really get involved and contribute to the household incomes. And that really provides a voice. I think economy plays a very big role there. And once a woman starts earning, the entire dynamics sort of changes. There is gender shift. She's able to contribute to the decision making of the house. She's able to send her children to better schools, better healthcare, provide better healthcare. So those are some of the social impacts, social changes that comes when you really put a woman behind the driving seat. And, I would also want to quote another example from, one of our programs on WASH that we are having. We have this women group who we are able to train into repair work of, taps and, other infrastructure that has been created. So initially we found a lot of skepticism, women trying to get into something which is really, glass ceiling, women don't kind of are part of that. So, a section of skill building. But now today she's, those women are earning 300 rupees to 400 rupees a day. And the kind of shift that we've seen in the entire gender dynamics, so it's kind of overwhelming. So I think we need to consciously look at women involvement in all the development programs that we undertake, and it's not really difficult because they are integral part of the development work that is happening in society today.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And Rani, from your perspective, how does that play out with skill and employability and women?
I'm glad that Juhi used this example of glass ceiling and, showcasing what glass ceiling looks like for the women of our society. I think it also boils down to the girl students that we work with in the 9 to 12 standard. So they are under the guidance of their parents, under the society, and from the choice of which skill to learn, to where to intern, to where to look for employment. All of these things are marred by this glass ceiling and the gender stereotypes that our school girls face. So there are various trade skills that are gendered and considered, normally stereotyped for our boys and male students and not for our girl students, like mechanics and automobile. And then there are certain trades like beauty and wellness, hospitality, tourism, which are traditionally and gendered in a gender-based stereotype to be female-oriented. So both our students are demotivated not to take those gendered roles and pushed into something which is more conventional, which is traditionally accepted by the society. So it begins from there. Then it goes out to, even if a girl is able to pick up, suppose, say, automobile, then it's hard to find an employer for her or to take up for internships. So we have to, really negotiate and motivate the employer that this girl has this future and this is an opportunity and all, because these employers are also worried about the safety. It's an below 18 student we're talking about. It's not an adult. So there's a lot of safety aspect attached to it. The vocational trainers are worried, the HMs are worried about, the headmasters are worried about it. So a lot of glass ceiling needs to be broken down at that level also. And fortunately, Lend a Hand India developed a program called Multi-Skill Foundation Course, where we provide our students an exposure to 4 skills under one course, where they, in the 9th and 10th standard, they get an exposure, and then finally, whichever course interests them, to decide to specialize in that in the 11th and 12th standard. So this course was, in a targeted manner, made gender neutral. All of us know that our curriculums are also many times not gender neutral, and showcase the genders in certain professions, certain light. So we made this course gender neutral, but now we are shifting towards being more gender specific and gender focused. So we also talked about having gender budgets. So we are also trying to advocate having gender budgets, especially under the skill education budget for our girls, and to start special initiatives for our girl students, realizing the kind of challenges they face at the ground.
Very interesting perspectives. The audience questions have started to come in, so I'm going to start with one of them very closely linked to the area I wanted to talk about next. So, Juhi, this is for you. I mean, often CSR programs, while they may be effective on their own, are operating in silos, and it might take something more external to bring them together. What, in your view, has been some of the good practices to bring together corporates and forge corporate collaboration, so that we are building off of each other's strengths and not fragmented programs and potentially amplifying what we're doing?
So, Aarti, I think I spoke on the siloed approach, within my, first question that you, put up to me. And I agree that, as of now, the approach has been more in silos, because there are different parameters or different mindsets of why a CSR program in a particular shape is being run in a particular geography. So there are a lot of, probably a marketing or, since it's my plant which is there, I need to do something around that area. But now, given the magnitude of the problems that we have at hand, whether you look at water or you look at the population size, nobody alone, single corporate, single government, nobody can do it alone. So now I think there is a realization of, holding hands with each other and really complementing what each of us is doing. So for example, for our own projects, we have now really been approaching the government and partnering with them, like for example, in Water Jal Jeevan Mission. So the government is also trying to do the same thing that we are doing. But if we can really converge, we can really put a force multiplier to the entire thing. I may be creating a pilot, but how do I scale up these interventions and replicate in other geographies? So that's the role, where a government really comes into picture. Corporate partnership is something that we are keenly looking at, because I would just give you an example. If there are 4 companies in a particular location, I'm doing a water program, and another company, it's better to join hands and probably complement what each of us are doing, rather than doing or duplicating our work together. So that is going to have more scale, that is going to be replicable, and that is going to be more impactful. So that is what we are also consciously looking at now. I'm not going to say that we've already achieved it. There's a long way to go still, but the approach has been more collaborative, whether it is with the government, whether it is with the community, or it is with the other corporates.
Absolutely. Yes. Nidhi, you had something to add there as well.
Yes, just adding on to what Juhi was saying, at our recent experience in NASCOM Foundation has been, and we really believe in matching the matrix of skills or interests between various corporates. And we believe that really that can be an enabler. And, just taking on some of the examples that, we are recently working on a couple of programs where we have 2 or 3 different CSR partners who've come together. And so maybe one is excelling in education, the other one is excelling in skills, and the third one may be excelling in something else. So they have a stronger community base. And, that kind of partnership is actually really working towards, one, it is like nobody has to come out of their comfort zone, because they everybody has their own niche. So everybody can stick to their own niche at the same time, and nobody needs to reinvent the wheel also. So everybody has a specialty. They come with their own expertise, and we all are, and right now, I cannot share the example because we have the name of the companies, because we haven't launched it formally, but that's a huge program which will help corporates coming from different sectors, different kind of industries to come together and pool on their resources and have a impact over the overall geography. And of course, the government partnership there definitely helps. So those are a few, and we have a couple of such examples coming up. And I think there is completely, I can see that the will of the industry, of the corporate sector to pool in the resources to have a larger sustainable impact.
Absolutely. No, that sounds really good. And I'd like to take that point back to Juhi and Rani. Well, when we think of CSR, we think of the money, but the point that Nidhi makes about skills and resources could be far more valuable to growing the amount of social impact work and the impact of that work that can be done in a geography. So what has been your experience, and what are your thoughts on the kind of skills and resources that corporates can bring in over and above money?
So I'll go ahead. From the non-profit perspective, I think I couldn't agree more with Nidhi that besides the financial support, I think it's the skill and the expertise of program management and technical tools and everything that really helps the NGO sector build their resources, because this is one area where the NGO sector really struggles to find and retain efficient and good resources, good talent, human resources, because many times the funders also do not want to invest into the administrative, these things and overhead. So it largely goes into the program implementation. So the other way of contributing to the NGO sector is, of course, bringing the skill and doing those voluntary training activities. We do it with a lot of our funders, I think, at Lend a Hand India. And regarding this collaboration, also, I had a point, Aarti, that recently we have also started partnering with a multi-donor fund. This is how collaboration, not just based on geography, but also a sector. So if there are 4 or 5 foundations who are interested in a particular sector, they come together and they bring in a big corpus of fund so that they can fund activities in various states, other different geographies, where geography do not matter to them probably, and the sector is more important probably. So there are different verticals and different factors which can figure in deciding what the collaboration would work on and be set up on. So I think that even talking about the expertise part, so we realize that, right, like we were talking about the gender outcomes, so we realize that a lot of it needs to be seen from the perspective of monitoring and evaluation and learning, the MEL that we talk about. And we needed a help of some gender expert probably in our organization, which we probably don't want to hire as a full-time consultant. So many times these funders come up and help us out in collaborating and partnering with us to provide that gender expertise or some other expertise that we need. So absolutely agree with Nidhi.
Juhi, do you like to add?
Yeah, Aarti, I think, I agree with what Rani is saying. And gradually the approach is not, like I mentioned, it's not just been a check cutting activity, and it's more strategic. So till you have that mindset that this is not a vendor, NGO is not a vendor that you're working with, but as a partner, we are working with them. So part of, how we can make programs successful is building capacities of the partner as well. So corporates do bring in a lot of, that expertise, especially if I again go to the water sector, because, water again is material to our business, and I have a lot of experience in that area. So we have a lot of collaboration between the NGO partner and our plant teams who are working day in and day out to increase optimum water efficiencies within the plant. So there's a lot of it that they can learn, both the partners can learn and also our plant teams. Employee volunteering, I think, is again another opportunity where corporates are now, really looking at how to build that capacity. One obviously is how they can spend more time in the communities and understand the challenges on ground and participate actively. But the other part is also how they can build the capacities of the NGO partner, be it in terms of, say, financial proficiency, or more marketing, better marketing, presentation skills, communication skills, digital skills, because this is something, PepsiCo is a big FMCG company. We have a lot of expertise in the area of digital activations. How we can also have this skill translate to our partners to improve their efficiencies and also help them outreach to many more partners to scale up the program. So that is the approach that we take up in all our partnerships.
Lots of very good resources and skills that have come up from saying that co-funding to allied funding. I mean, at Satwa, we run a program with 5-6 funders in life skills, which is a fairly less understood or emerging topic, and 25 organizations. And it's interesting to see how each of their allied areas and resources come so nicely into a more collaborative structure. And more we see these kind of structures where you don't have to necessarily just come in and pool funds. You could also look at allied funding, because each funder and each corporate or philanthropic institution has a slightly different and enhanced role to play in making the outcomes larger or more accelerated or the scale bigger and so on. So many different inputs that you've given, which are fairly interesting in terms of how we can collaborate. One last question from my side. I know we have to wrap up in the next 5 minutes, and I don't know if any of the members in the audience have a question. Please to post it on chat and we can take it. One last question from my side is, while all of you are working actively with the government to collaborate, and that collaboration is really the answer to sustaining the initiative and scale, what are some of the challenges that each of you has faced in bringing things together, and what have helped to sort of go past those and get to bodies which are very cooperative by intent to actually just get that collaboration to go on the ground? Nidhi, would you like to maybe start here?
Sure, Aarti. So I think when it comes to challenges of collaboration, I think I did say it when I spoke about that, how we all need to come together, that yes, it's not something which is the easiest, because we all have our own agenda and we all have our own goals and vision. So yes, there are problems in collaboration with other social development organizations. There is problem in collaborating with the government. There's problem in collaborating with the corporate sector, but end of the day, I think that's something which the challenges, like any other field, will continue. We just have to look for solutions, because I think our end goal is very clear. And yes, though I did say that we have to look at whatever we do out here from a very business point of view also, but at the same time, we are also talking about a very human aspect of what we guys do. So yes, somewhere, yes, those challenges are there. I think it's somewhere we have been able to find solutions in all these collaborations, because if we all collaborate with partners who have their own strengths, and we are not collaborating with partners who are similar to us, I don't think there would be and of course, each one of us have to also create our own USP and our own niche. So if all of us are doing everything, that's where the challenge is. So I think as far as NASCOM Foundation goes, in my recent experience, collaborating with either government or the corporate has not been so challenging, because when we go to any of the partners, what is our USP? We are representing the IT industry, the tech industry. We work on, tech solutions, social impactful tech solutions. So that's our USP. And when we go for any partnerships, we are very clear that what is our role. We are not here to teach anybody any language. We are not here to teach anybody anything which is not our skill. So even when we say we look at skilling, we are looking at from a very tech point of view. We are talking about emerging technologies, or even when we go to rural areas, we are talking about digital literacy out there. We are not trying to make skilling in terms of artisans, or we are not trying to make farmers into something. We are just making sure that this is our USP. We don't enter anybody else's territory. Our strength, we are seen as somebody, a body with the experience, and we partner with the corporate and the government accordingly. And that's I think the way forward. That we do not need to replicate what the other person is doing. We just need to create our own niche, our own strength, and I think, and there is a lot for everybody in this whole area. We don't need to step over each other's toes, and we all can work together. And that's how I think NASSCOM Foundation has been trying to work. That's why most of our programs are not ever a single partnership projects. Most of our projects actually have a dual or a triple partner in it. So whether it is an implementing partner, it's a donor, it's a government partnership, but that's how we have been working on that.
Very interesting. And one more question that's come from the audience, and this is perhaps I can post this to you, Rani. Does capacity building also come under CSR, and how do you navigate if you have capacity building programs that you'd like to get CSR funding for?
So capacity building as in for our organization or for the system that we're working?
I think it's organizational.
Organizational, yeah. So no, so largely the funding is not invested into the capacity building of the organization. It is something that we do internally, something that we build up internally through our own efforts. And the funding funding mostly goes to the program level implementation and whatever programs that we're working on, which are directly for the students, the skilling of the students.
Got it. But I can say from the Sattva experience that there have been programs where the capacity building has been baked into the CSR program and linked to the outcomes, so that it can be looked at more, systematically. And two is this is also where complementary funding from different partners can come in, wherein some of the domestic philanthropic institutions can actually provide a lot of the anchor funding, like A.D. Chandra Foundation, Early Foundation, which have very specific grants for capacity building vis-a-vis some of the corporate CSR, which are looking at it programmatically. And that's a really nice way to also look at partnerships. Robin has a question that says, what are the ways to navigate this CSR jungle and reach the right stakeholders? Juhi, would you like to take that before we wrap up?
Sorry, Aarti, could you repeat the question?
Just what are the best ways to reach CSR if you have a program that you think is worthy of being supported?
Yeah, I think, a lot of our programs and, not just our programs, but generally any program, if they could be, they could drive the right set of stakeholders for collaboration and convergence, the scale could really go up. So I won't really specify one particular program, but I feel specifically for wash and water related programs, as many people, as many partners that can come together can have a very, very impactful, can have a very good impact on the communities. So, rather than expressing, one particular program, I would just generalize it.
Got it. Absolutely. I know we are probably running short of time, so I just want to go around the room on any last thoughts on what are some of the key success metrics or success factors to look at for effective, long-lasting collaborations. It's great to start, but how do we grow together? If we can have thoughts from all of you, and then would love to wrap up.
So Aarti, I could go first probably. So I would say, it is important to have that sweet spot identified, because like Nidhi mentioned, everybody would have their own goals. Everybody would want to really, have a particular, objective, or, how the program should be run, have some mindset. But important part is to really find that sweet spot, which could really work, and find that synergy with everyone, which could really have all the stakeholders put in, come on board. So I would say, rather than looking at where my logo is going to be placed in the entire thing, one really has to see how the impact is going to be panning out on ground. So, too many people, they say too many cooks spoil the broth, but I think too many people also bring in a lot of skill sets together and have out of box thinking. So it's important for collaboration and multiple stakeholders to come together, but we really need to crack the synergy and find that sweet spot, I would say.
Nidhi?
Totally.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry. We're running. Sorry, should I? So I think I think in one line, I'd just like to say that I think the need of the hour and the way to go forward in these partnerships, these conversations and dialogues, because I think that's a good starting point for us to understand each other and then co-create a lot of other strategies and programs.
Great, Rani.
I think just adding on to what Juhi and Nidhi have already said, totally agree with Juhi, what you said, vision alignment, like it's spoken about earlier also. Just adding on to it that I think this entire, these civil society setup and the ecosystem and the CSR ecosystem, it's a little bit disorganized probably. And, we approach very piecemeal in a piecemeal manner to certain organizations, certain foundations. And if we know that there can be a certain vision alignment, maybe a little bit of, some effort to put all of it onto a similar platform, like what Satwa is doing here, or the conversations like Nidhi mentioned, would help a lot of NGO partners to seek out similar visionaries and foundations, and a lot of CSR foundations also seek out the right kind of work that is happening on the ground, where they would like to put their money. So some sort of to ease out the communication and carry out the flow probably is the need.
Thanks a ton. It's been such a fascinating conversation over the last hour. We started with saying that Punjab is more generous than the numbers probably reveal. And we've had so many experiences and practices come out on how do we foster better collaboration, from value alignment to ensuring there is role clarity and we are operating on complementary expertise, to actually saying how do we start with mission mode by involving community participation a lot more strongly, focus on impact and its measurement, be data driven about our approaches, and also look at in what ways we can focus on various different layers, and different people bring both money, skills and resources to each layer, from a hard infrastructure to then building the social capital, to then looking at programmatic efforts versus the capacity building efforts vis-a-vis entire system that can then operate with the extended ecosystem, including the government and other corporates and so on. Thank you so much, Juhi, Rani, and Nidhi, for your time and insights today. I've learned a lot, and I hope that that's been the case with all of the people who are part of our audience today. Would really love to keep in touch and see how we can, when we come back next year, if we can talk about all of that which has been achieved in a collaborative manner over this year, and actually have success stories, as many 2x to 3x success stories that we've been able to talk about today. Thank you so much again for this opportunity to the Punjab CSR Authority and NASSCOM Foundation. Over to you, Saloni.
Thank you, Aarti.
Thank you, Aarti. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Aarti, and thank you, panelists. We truly have learned a lot through this session today. I would now like to move to the third panel of the day, learnings from the pandemic. How can CSR help in building resilience and innovating in a post-pandemic world? Our first panelist is Mr. Arun Pandey, Director, Program Implementation at Tata Trust. Arun Pandey joined Tata Trust in 2001. Arun is a rural development professional with specialization on water and agriculture. Over the last 25 years, he has created and nurtured a number of initiatives and institutes in the space of water, agriculture, dairy, rural development, and field hockey. In addition, Arun has held a number of key management positions, and he also provides guidance and directions to various operating teams at Tata Trust. Welcome, Arun. Our second panelist is Mr. Sasidhar Vempala, Head of CSR, Sustainability and Communications at Pernod Ricard, India. Mr. Sasidhar was appointed the Head of CSR, Sustainability and Communications at Pernod Ricard in 2018. Mr. Sasidhar is also a wildlife photographer, documentary filmmaker, and conservationist. He's deeply passionate about forest conservation and is working towards empowering forest guards, mitigating negative human-wildlife interactions, and documenting stories of coexistence. Welcome, sir. Our third panelist is Ms. Shalini Singh, Head of Corporate Communications and Sustainability at Wholesome India. Shalini has earned global recognition for contributions in the areas of communication, CSR, and sustainability. She has been featured in Reputation Today's list of top 100 influencers in India in 2020, among the top 100 communication professionals by Reputation in 2018, and most recently in Asia's top sustainability superwoman list of honor as one of Asia's top sustainability women. Prior to this, she was a CXO heading Strategic Business Unit, Corporate Communications, CSR and Sustainability and Skill Development Centers at Tata Power. Welcome, Shalini. The moderator for this panel is Mr. Sri Krishna Sridhar Murthy. Krishna is the co-founder and CEO of Sattva Media and Consulting. Over the last decade, Krishna has been working with the leadership of global foundations, social organizations, and corporates to design and scale their social impact initiatives. Welcome, Krishna, and over to you.
Thanks a lot, Saloni, and welcome to Arun, Shashi, and Shalini. Pleasure to have you all on this panel. The panel is about, I mean, we've already, hopefully, you've been able to catch a little bit of the glimpse of the panels before, which talked a lot about how, Punjab as a state has evolved. It's amazing to see the growth of Punjab from a CSR perspective. We also talked a lot about partnerships, how the nonprofit and the social innovation ecosystem has evolved, over the years. In this particular panel, we will try and address, the key topic that we've all kind of been living last, 2 years on how the pandemic has actually affected, all of us, and especially the ecosystems that we work with, and how you've seen communities and your own ecosystems kind of evolve from there. Examples of resilience, innovation, and the role that is playing. I mean, we obviously it was a very, very unfortunate thing that started happening early last year, which kind of affected all of us in very big ways. We did see a lot of resilience from across the ecosystem. We believe what we saw the social sector did was, punch above its weight in a very, very big way over the last 2 years. You must have seen examples of teachers going door to door and teaching in places where schools were not accessible, where technology was not so accessible. We all have seen examples of communities coming together to help each other, and I think all of us have personally or professionally seen folks that organize oxygen, to organize beds, to variety of other things that people supported one another with. And we've seen probably the fastest adaptation of technology in the social impact ecosystem. I think the nonprofit and the rest of the ecosystem probably adapted technology really, really well. A lot of pivots happened in organizations and and business models that we saw. So it has been a almost like many years wrapped into two, over the last 18 months or so, and we've seen quite a bit of action, from that perspective. What will be great to hear from all of you, and maybe Shashi, we can start with you, is when the pandemic hit, what was the immediate kind of response or reaction that you sitting at the CSR helm and the sustainability role that you sit in, your response was, and how has that changed over your program or your thought process at Pernod Ricard India over the last 2 years? And then we will slowly start also talking about your own communities, and how you saw the communities responded as well. So Shashi, if you can share some examples, and especially the work that you all did with the sanitizers and all the other stuff that really kind of came into play, it will be wonderful to hear that story. Shashi, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Sorry. Thank you, Krishna. Great to connect with you again. So, as the pandemic started, we are an alcohol company, and we were the first guys which the industry and the government, everyone reached out for the need for sanitizers. But that was not the core of the entire social responsibility work which we were doing. Sanitizers were a part of it, which we had access to making and actually deploying just to address the immediate shortage of sanitizers. Over time, there were a lot of manufacturers making it. Now, if you look at the entire mobilization which needed to happen, because immediate focus remained customers and your communities. And if you were to look at it, the safety of these was paramount, and protecting the vulnerable, addressing inequality mid and the post-pandemic. And that is where the entire collaborative network between the government, private sector, civil society, all of us coming together I would put two words together, which is purpose and partnerships. So which is unified. We all had to come together with a common purpose and get in all the people who could mobilize the entire translation onto the ground with an extended pace. And that is where all our programs, it affected not just the beneficiaries, but also the implementation partners. So all the partners, there were field teams on ground. It did affect them. So it was important that you protect not only the interests of the beneficiaries, but if there is no implementation partner and their teams, then the programs are all affected. So there were tremendous gaps in the implementation machinery itself. Then the approach to programs, there were programs where you needed to go in, and if you look at businesses were trying to get work from home, and the entire model was changing. And that is where it was important that we revisit the way we were also implementing programs. And it was extremely important that the programs do not get affected, whether be it a pandemic or not a pandemic. And that is where interventions on a quick scale, so that the safety of the implementation partners and teams remains intact. The beneficiaries who've been affected by various things, which is one is livelihood, loss of livelihood, even the program has got affected, and of course, healthcare. So a number of parameters hitting all of them together at the same time, we had to protect interests of both these parties. And that's why we jumped in so that the entire digital transformation aspect of it can happen, whether it is water, agriculture, livelihood. So look at the entire translation of the water projects, livelihood projects. How do you put the entire implementation at a scale that the beneficiaries do not get their loss of disposable incomes which are there. So it needed to protect both the interests, and that's how we approached both the partners and work with communities.
No, that's very, very inspiring, Shashi, and being witness to some of the stuff that you're talking about. It was really humbling to see how it all kind of moved. Before I move to Shalini, any examples, Shashi, that stands out for you? Any anecdote, from the field where you said, where the real example of the resilience of the partner or the community kind of came to forefront? Anything that you can share?
Yeah, so one of the most important things, I would take both the aspects of healthcare and even with farmers. So for healthcare, we've got our mobile units across the country at various places. The government machinery in terms of providing access to quality healthcare for those who do not have access to it, that was very quick to understand how our corporates actually running healthcare programs. So the local district collector or the equivalent identified what are these mobile units where the translation of quality healthcare can be expedited, and that is where they reached out, and communities came together trying to give us a ready platform where you could get data of the members in the village, the ones affected, the steps they've taken to prevent the pandemic. And this continued all the way till vaccination. So that was a good partnership there. When you look at the farmer communities, the way the entire self-help groups or the women groups or the FPOs or the women producer groups we work with, they were the ones who actually kicked into the village system, trying to bring a complete order to the chaos. So, that's the best example of women empowerment, which we were seeing, that the Sarpanch and the men folk actually relied on these self-help groups or the women because they were working with able partners and they had built a knowledge base over time. And then they went into managing the entire pandemic situation at the village much better, reducing casualties or other places. So we've witnessed that in our program locations, especially in Shivpuri or Derabasi, all these. So these are the places where our contamination rate and the program success metrics have been very, very good.
Wonderful. I think you bring up a very interesting point, on how the lines between organizations almost blurred during the pandemic. It was not, almost everybody worked together. That little bit of you versus me kind of went off. government, the civil society, the corporate ecosystem. I think there was a lot more collaboration, and hopefully, like the previous panel was talking, we can continue that. Shalini, coming, from your perspective, I'm sure, sitting at where you're sitting and also given your experience, there must have been some key learnings from the pandemic, that you're now thinking about, we should kind of capture and take forward. And, just building on what Shashi was saying, did you also see that kind of resilience coming from the ground? Did you also have examples which did that, and partnerships that kind of, came about? And if there are anything specific you can share with us, that'll be wonderful.
Sure. So, like, Shashi said that the pandemic definitely accelerated the whole process of partnership. The scale that we looked at, the help with, to reach out to people. It also blurred the lines of what your community really is. I think many of us forgot that our community is what is defined in the CSR policy, which is 5 to 10 kilometers within that range, which is what we were doing before the pandemic hit us. So I think one of the most interesting part is that humanity kicked in this entire process. And we have many examples of where we actually went and put up a lot of oxygen plants. We started with digitalization, where we not only covered, especially for education, our own communities, but we were very okay with the education cafes that we set up, with the education on wheels that we had, covering students who perhaps don't fall in our community at all. So I think that was one big change. Another is that many organizations realize the importance of scale comes from partnerships. And the number of partnerships that Ambuja Foundation forged, including with Pernod Ricard in this times, is quite legendary, because I haven't seen this kind of partnerships happening because I look at wholesome means both ACC and Ambuja. So, I've been sort of closely watching those partnerships as part of CSR committees. And I think it's quite commendable that we now realize the power of one as far as community work is concerned. The second very important thing was that it was very important to address livelihood issues. And I think for us, what we saw on the ground was how our communities were okay to change, were okay to go the route which they had never tried, like QR codes through which the farmers were selling goods now. I mean, it's unheard of, right? We only use QR codes in restaurants. And I used it for the first time in the restaurant, and, perhaps 1 or 2 times before as a poster or something. But it's amazing how our farmers have adapted to it, have been able to sell their produce. And I also agree with Shashi that one of the heroes of the entire movement in villages, right from vaccination to even reskilling, have been women. So we have 2 programs where I saw this happening in ACC and Ambuja. In Ambuja, there's a program called SEDI, which we launched, which is a skill development program launched in 10 states during this time. And it skilled almost close to 15,000 women. And they picked up all the skills that are urban skills, like, right from nutrition courses to courses which were helping them earn livelihood by reskilling and completely reskilling, sitting in the even electrician courses and other courses, largely to be able to address the livelihood issue. The second program that I thought was very, very meaningful was our youth program called Disha. That was by ACC, not Ambuja. And Disha again focused on purely training youth in the rural area, again on skills which are relevant in the urban market, right from retail to others. And that we thought was a very important part, because I think what pandemic has really left behind, left us with, is the whole problem of unemployment. And it has also shortchanged a lot of youth who for the last 2 years, who perhaps were skilled but never had the vocational skills that are relevant today. So I think these are the major points that we have focused our energy on. And we continue to focus our energies also on the largest issue that this country faces, which is water. One good thing about this entire pandemic is that it didn't stop us from, doing our recharging of the water infrastructure in villages and others. In fact, that helped in giving people livelihood during this time, and we could achieve what we wanted to achieve in this particular area without being affected by availability of labor or by availability of people. So these are the things that we've really focused on. I think moving ahead, we will continue to focus as much as possible and build as many partnerships as possible to get the youth and the women the kind of employment that they should.
Absolutely. Shalini, thank you for that. And I think you make excellent points, and especially I love the one on, the definition of community changing, for corporates, and also going beyond the policy very quickly and easily, and these were some more, kind of structures we had put out, for ourselves, obviously for some strategic reason, but we were able to overcome that very, very quickly. And I saw the speed at which CSR committees that would take 6 months for a decision took decisions in 24 hours, and that was just, absolutely amazing at the speed at which it happened. So just want to get, your sense of, when you were on that committee and these decisions had to be taken, what was the mindset of the committee, going beyond the policy, redefining who your community is? What was the leadership thinking at that time? It'll be great to hear.
Yeah, when you're in a midst of a crisis, I think that brings out the best in you. And you see that happening very, very strongly. I think the first time when we talked about some partnerships where we were going beyond, beyond our communities, the reaction of the committee was that you don't have to wait to come to the committee for this. It is absolutely understandable. And this is a time when most of us, were looking at helping not just employees and their families, but also our partners and our extended partners. And therefore, community and extended community was a very, very, logical extension of that. And I think that like I said earlier, humanity kicked in, and we were empowered to take those decisions. Thankfully, our resources were there because many of the programs which could not happen had to be, redeployed. Yeah, but we also did one thing which even Shashi mentioned in his conversation is this is a time when you take care of your supply partners or your vendors. We don't call them vendors, we call them partners in CSR. And I think it's also important that we don't see them sinking while we are digitalizing our programs and while we are doing some of that. So even supporting them with providing them the right know-how on technology and on how some of them can teach through apps, or how we could, as an organization, give them iPads and donate them, various. These decisions also were taken very, very quickly by the committee. So I think, while we did CSR professionally pre-COVID, I think we did it with a lot of our hearts during this pandemic.
Brilliant. And I mean, speed, flexibility, humanity, and the heart kicking in. I think there's some fantastic learnings, adding to what Shashi said of purpose and, and partnership kind of coming in. Arun, coming to you now, you kind of wear a slightly, different, hat in the sense that it's not a corporate CSR, that you're, directly representing. It's actually almost one of the largest philanthropic organizations in the country. You're also an implementing organization, which means you have a lot of connect with the community, in many, many forms. How did the kind of the adaptation happen at Tata Trust, both at a program level and at a community level? Again, examples of Arun that you can share where you saw resilience in the grassroots organizations or the communities that you work with that really, gave you both the knowledge or the tools to kind of, let's say, adapt or pivot during the pandemic.
Our response, was first is, I would say, pandemic is not over. So,
I don't know if you can come closer to the mic, please. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Oh, much better. Thank you.
So I think the first response is that I think from our perspective is the pandemic is not over. So we've been through phase 1, phase 2, and the preparations are there for phase 3. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but preparations are there. One of the key learnings for us was from phase 1 to phase 2 was our preparations, which was found less than what it should have been.
Yeah, absolutely.
So much of the effort which has gone in actually under phase 2, because phase 2 came, it was like a bullet. So it hit us, and the actual preparation, what has happened is for the future. To whatever we could do under phase 2, we did, but much of the bulk of the preparation has been for, you can say, we are much better prepared for any future wave. The initial focus was on putting in greenfield hospitals across multiple locations. And you would have read in the press when the first thing in April or so, where the Tata Sons committed about 1,000 crores and we put in about 500 crores into this whole thing. And of that, the bulk of it initially, a lot of it went into, if you remember that time, there was a great scarcity of PPE. And many plane loads of PPE imported from many countries and distributed across multiple locations in the country, wherever the requirement of PPE was there. That was done in parallel with Greenfield. So in Greenfield, we put in about 8 hospitals in different locations in the country. They are all up and running. And the third critical point linked to your question was on awareness generation amongst communities. And in terms of that whole campaign, which was a big software campaign from hand washing down to social distancing and other various facets which we had covered in this whole campaign that time. So we're talking about May, June last year, April, May, June last year. And finally, there was one big component. You can build capacity, but you need trained staff. So there was a lot of capacity building done on building capacities across, using some key feeder hospitals to train a lot of government functionaries in terms of how to do it. That was, you can say, our focus in the first wave. Second wave, obviously, was very, very severe. And immediate relief was one of the critical things which we stepped in. From the company's perspective, quite a substantive amount of oxygen was coming from steel in Jamshedpur, from the steel plants. And many, if you remember those vehicles, the oxygen carrying tankers were imported. You saw the Air Force plane in Singapore bringing it back, and many landed up in Jamshedpur to be filled and transported to different parts. So the government basically divided the country into grids, for different, mainly steel plants, etc., with large manufacturing to provide the oxygen. So that was one critical, I think, immediate function which we tried our best to do. Then also for staff and personnel, and this is right across our system, was to assist in immediate hospitalization as and when required. And anyone else who got into our ecosystem, because we found it exceedingly difficult in some of the key cities, especially up north, and then lesser extent in south, but especially Maharashtra, luckily, Gujarat was a problem. Where we had a massive problem of generating, because it was a desperation situation. Where do we get hospital beds, oxygen, and those kind of things? So that provision we had made. In addition, we also provided a number of financial assistance for people for their hospitalization and various other functions. So try to keep it as rounded as ever. And the other critical component was in place of us doing greenfield, because just the gestation period in greenfield is very much. We have spent about maybe 250 crores in addition to upgrade hospital facilities across the country. It could be from the provision of oxygen to additional COVID beds to multiple functions as per need basis across the country. Getting back into context of this particular function in CSR in Punjab itself, we have upgraded the facilities or in the process of upgrading the facilities of 2 hospitals, government hospitals in the state. So that process is also underway. Other critical point where we are going to, while moving forward, is there is a major focus on pushing vaccination in rural areas. So that becomes a very critical focus, specifically in backward areas. You can see in many places, it's a supply and demand situation still. So we are trying to facilitate, there's a major software campaign which we will be, and trustees are very keen on it across the country, where we are going to push on getting rid of all the myths and all pertaining to vaccination and push the numbers up. I think because if we want to get back to normal, getting the numbers up is critical, especially on the vaccination front. And we have to find a way out. So we have, just to summarize, across the country, created substantive capacities, both in bed, oxygen availability, which again we are funding and putting up plants across in different places for any future wave. PP, the demand was not there in the second wave. That, I think, sufficient local capacity, manufacturing capacity had come in by the time. All we had on those sanitizers, all that was under first wave. The second wave we didn't get. We've also, and so we've got covering about 17 or 18 states from, you can say, Nagaland to Punjab to Tamil Nadu. So multiple states are being covered in these hospital enhancement interventions. And finally, you mentioned in terms of empowering communities and all that. So I think for us, the easier part obviously is infrastructure. That is obviously the easier part. The more difficult part is how do you penetrate the communities and assist in improve practices, adopting of COVID appropriate behavior, etc. So that will always, and so our teams, as you correctly mentioned, there are capacities to try and work with communities which we are working with to try and build those capacities and generate that level of awareness. But definitely work was and continues to be affected by the COVID type situation. We have a fairly large field operation in Punjab itself, where, to be honest, if it's agriculture related, there is no substitute for interface with farmers. Mobile and digital technologies have their limitations, but in reality, those require us to a substantive interface with farmers. We have a large education program which has suffered tremendously. To be honest, this whole business of virtual education and children and all is a bit of a, it can be a supplementary, it cannot be the primary thing. This children also need to interact with each other and the whole social impact of all of this. So these are all actually many factors which we are still grappling with. Moving forward, we are better prepared with, I would say, with this massive vaccination campaign across the country. But I don't see any, I mean, right now things may be okay, but we can't say what they would be 3 or 4 months down.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Arun. I think, the point of every time, I think during the pandemic, we've been one step behind. I think that seems to be, we've been catching up with the pace of how this has happened. And we've kind of probably also let go of the advantage between the waves. We kind of, got distracted, tried to get back, to normal, but very quickly kind of moved on. I think, the point that you also talk about being prepared, for the future, and I'll come back to how we can be a little more prepared, from an innovation point of view. But I think your point of being prepared for the future and using both the infrastructure, which is the hard part, the hard infrastructure, with the softer piece, which is really the awareness building and engaging with the communities, is going to be the key challenge for all of us, and getting that to work through, which also is a bit of aspiration building when you look at livelihoods and some of the other things, because the pivot has to happen from one livelihood to another, or from learning in one way to another. So a lot of behavior change we're going to deal with in the coming months and quarters. Before I come to the innovation bit, Shashi, I'm just going to request you to also wear a little bit of your personal hat, on the environment conservation, part of it that you do, and I mean, you're almost a social entrepreneur yourself. So how did you see that sector, the resilience of the environment part of it, and the, any learnings from the work that you do there, that you felt, was something to keep in mind, and any learning coming from the environment side of things? We talked a lot of the community part, but when you put the environment and the community together, were there any, quick learnings from there?
So, Krishna, Arun talked about, we being in the pandemic state even now, and that's very, very true. And I would go a layer further and say that we were always, earning for the pandemic. We were always getting here because of the way we were interacting with the environment. And that is where work with, I won't say forest-based communities, but communities which, or rather the entire planet is dependent on many forest-based resources. Even in India, 50% of our fresh water comes from protected reserves. And, no doubt there is a lot of protection needed, but we do not understand the importance of water as a resource. and the way we interact with it at various spaces, views it, that's the interaction which stems into climate change. The way we interact with animals, bats, various other species, stems into the way we are giving opportunity for more pandemics to come in. And that's exactly why the entire aspect of awareness comes into play on which are the core communities which can have the highest impact of mitigating climate change, which are the areas which are hotbeds of conservation. And if you can do delta impact at these places, then it has a long-lasting effect on the overall environmental ecosystem. But all this needs a whole lot of awareness, participation, collaboration, not just on the ground which needs to get protected, but in the entire ecosystem around it. Children at younger ages need to understand the importance of environment and conservation. So all this is dovetailing into the aspect of awareness and becoming more and more conscious of the way humans interact with nature. So that's where the conservation part.
Absolutely, and I think that's been one of the most important learnings coming out of the pandemic. And I think the conversation of sustainability couldn't be more relevant today, given that we are entering now into the decade of action and outcomes from an SDG perspective. Shalini, coming to back to you. I mean, we're hearing more and more that we have lost time. We've gone a little back behind in many ways. In education sector, for example, many schools, children are kids are out of school, and it's, I think, a bigger impact on especially girl children that we're seeing. So we've gone a few years back. Livelihoods, like you said, we've gone a few years back in terms of the hard work that was done. And many other sectors, where we had actually made some progress, we've taken a step back. Obviously, the speed of work cannot be the same now. We need to leapfrog to be able to catch up, and that will require innovation, in some sense, to happen. So how are you thinking about, how do we kind of leapfrog now? And it could be in your programs, it could be as a corporate sustainability angle, all of these things. But I think the whole focus of innovation and leapfrogging, would you agree is relevant, and how are you thinking about it?
Oh, absolutely. Very, very relevant. And, if you've noticed, now let's look at the bigger picture. If you've noticed in the last 1.5 years, the whole conversation on ESG has become very strong in India. That's not a conversation that was happening before. In fact, the entire investor community has started asking for companies to meet ESG mandates, especially manufacturing sector. And that brings in a very important aspect of many companies rushing to start looking at what they can do in the environment and social area. Now, while the investments, even in green, are affected due to pandemic, and like Arun said, the pandemic continues. But I think many companies have woken up and started talking and looking at how they can be net zero.
Yeah.
Now, the whole aspect of net zero is not about having only zero carbon. It's about leaving this planet without wanting to adversely impact. And the net cost of doing your business is zero on the planet. And I think that's a very, very good thinking. So earlier on, we were talking sustainability. Now we want to live sustainability. So I think we will cut some slack for ourselves. It's absolutely all right, because if your intent and thinking is right for the first time, the actions will follow. Now, let's now come to the social part of, how we can look at really accelerating the pace of what is really happening to us. What's really happening to this country is that for the first time, we realize that it is even more difficult to manage this pandemic because of the population that we have. And while we had made some impact by owning communities as corporates, we now realize that even we don't know the real answer of what we should be doing. So I think for few of us, what we've done is over the next few years, we have forged partnerships to, number one, be absolutely committed to employment generation for our youth, number one. And number two, for the earning member of the family. In certain cases, it can be women. In certain cases, it can be the farmer who's doing that. But if you have to protect the household income, you cannot now look at it as one-off program or one-off issue. I think our approach is more to look at it as how can we join hands and protect the household income of that family, depending on who's the earning member, whether it is youth, whether it is a woman, whether it is a girl child, or whether it is a farm. So that's the first approach that we've taken. For that, if we need to reskill, or even give scholarships, or even provide some kind of financial assistance, we're looking at it differently. The second part of digitalization now, until last year, we said, okay, let's do some apps, let's do internet cafe. But now we realize that if this is going to continue, children have to have their own devices. It's moved to a stage where 10th, 11th, 12th students cannot be coming to a digital cafe or a education cafe to study. It's best that we provide them now the classroom experience through their own device, because at home also they don't have a mobile phone. Perhaps there is one mobile phone in the family. So we have actually gone 360-degree in our approach, and have, for the first time, I personally have donated iPads. We were allowed as employees to donate for our schools, Ambuja schools, and for some of the other schools. And we have started doing that. So I think we should now move to that kind of thinking, where we can't keep saying that substandard education is all right and we will just keep doing online classes. No, I think we have to really up the bar now. And if that means that every child who is in this relevant age of getting into a vocational training course needs more focus, then let's do that. And he or she needs to get a better education than perhaps a 3-year-old child or 4-year-old child who we can coach and recoach. The third very important part is also micro entrepreneurs. We can't, they are most impacted. So I'll give you an example. While I was in Tata Power, the farmers could not sell their produce, and Tata Power actually came, helped them go to the local mandis and sell their produce. So taking that step towards helping farmers and micro entrepreneurs, women, men both, also continue to sell their produce, getting them tie-ups with the bigger, I would say, the bigger apps like Amazon. And many of them have the CSR arms, Amazon Saheli and others. I think that is also becoming very critical, because we can't deny the fact that we don't know how the world is going to be for the next 2 years. So if you look at this bigger picture, in which how you look at protecting the environment through the right kind of investment, through the right kind of doing business, I think circular economy is one area that we as cement industry focus very strongly on, because I think one of the biggest way of conserving resources is now circular economy. Absolutely. If we control it at that level, we are all right. And we then look at how we can recharge more, whether it is water, how we can manage our waste, because this country produces one of the largest wastes around the world. We look at providing alternate sources of fuel through waste. I think all of that today is becoming a very, very important conversation, and you can very easily involve your communities in doing that as well and earn some money. And we've done that. And I'll give you one very important example. In Punjab, this whole crops stopped burning. So what we've done is we've energized our communities, and we buy the whole waste, and we go and produce cement in our kilns through that waste.
Wow, wonderful.
So we use it as a waste to fuel, and communities earn, because communities go and collect the material. So you also create micro entrepreneurs in the D, and it's one of the biggest examples of how the whole environment and social links together and comes and makes a difference.
Absolutely brilliant, Shalini. And I think two messages that you're sending is very, very clear. One is that time to act is now, and the task is only going to get more and more difficult from here on if we don't act. And two, we need to start thinking differently. We need to start thinking innovatively. We need to find new, and we need to be both smart and brave enough to go out and try new things and different things. And I think no question, from the fact that MSMEs are the backbone of the, of the country, and there are literally such a large ecosystem of them that we need to definitely, focus on them if you have to run this whole machine in a structured and sustainable kind of a manner. Arun, from your perspective, what have been big shifts at Tata Trust from an innovation point of view? Looking into the future, are there some key decisions that you've taken where you will do things very differently from what it was? A lot of the examples you gave in the beginning were response-led and dealing with the pandemic, but from a programmatic and the future of your programs perspective, has there been some key decisions of where you will now focus and how, especially in the leapfrogging perspective? Also, I don't know if you can speak a little more closer and louder. Last time, I think some people had trouble hearing you, so if you can be a little louder, please.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's not. I don't think radical shifts are possible. It has to be. Can we use technologies which have been brought in now to supplement our work? It cannot be the primary work. And I think the example which I gave on education, and which many of the panelists also mentioned, that digital technologies can never be a substitute in schools for the actual face-to-face education interface between the teacher and the children and amongst themselves. So that you can not really substitute that. So yes, because of lockdowns in various schools across the country, we have done innovative things like putting in our teachers who have been meeting children out of school in small groups and interacting with them. We've been pushing a massive library initiative and making sure books are available. At the same time, digital tools have been provided as and where it's possible. But we cannot do much on connectivity. So that, so these are certain lacunas which will always, but if you ask me, they're more like band-aid solutions. They cannot address the real core issue vis-a-vis, especially in education. And if you're looking at more, you mentioned in terms of the deterioration in learning levels, especially on marginalized communities who anyway getting access to education was a major issue. That is one. On health specifically, I think that is where digital interface has definitely been of a much greater use. The opportunity was then provided in terms of using on telemedicine, virtual interface, etc. All those things have definitely helped. Obviously, there's been a much bigger force on the health systems, which will definitely improve as a result of all of this. And other, I think, critical area is on where, to be honest, our livelihood work did not really get that affected. Last year was a very good kharif season. So the farmer interface and all that, virtually, I think you can afford maybe one season being slightly slack and second season. So this year, luckily, we are more or less on schedule in terms of the interface with farmer, the extension, marketing and all that. So things are more or less okay. The monsoon's also been okay. So crops are fairly good across the country. And Punjab also is very good. Less rain, but healthy crop. So we are, I think, more or less, I would say, nutrition, I would say another area which would be a very critical area, along with education, which has been a problem because many of the ICDS centers have shut down. And so all for the below 5 years, I think that is where I think the real impact is going to be on nutrition levels and supplementary availabilities, because that was anyway a challenge, and I don't know what impact that is going to have. So to say that, my understanding and the trust understanding was that the basic skills, the basic base is still required. You can use what you've learned in the last 15, 16 months to innovate and use it creatively. which is definitely, I mean, like how we are interacting right now. Otherwise, you would all be sitting across the table and discussing. So this is, and 50% of us won't have come because you've got various other commitments. So therefore, so these kind of tools are there. In case of we spending lakhs of rupees and getting 18 regional managers from different part of the country to come to Bombay, you can do the same thing across one session and discuss the same issues. So I'm not saying human interface is not required, but there's all that can be done far more cost effective and innovative, and we've been forced to do it. So these are the kind of things, from an operational, I mean, the whole this business of running a large organization like ours virtually. I mean, our finance has not been in office for 15 months. They've coped. So the question is, yes, but now it's, I think, reached a stage where a basic functional office with key personnel there, maybe you phase them in somehow, fully vaccinated staff, etc. But you need that structure. We cannot function anymore with where we have reached right now, because any kind of more disruption, the very bad third wave, etc., is going to be pretty catastrophic in terms of we've been able to recover each time, but each time it gets more difficult.
Absolutely. Wonderful points. And I think the whole thinking around the fact that, healthcare, especially the way technology has changed, and also even just the basic operations work itself. I think one of the biggest, pieces where everybody, I think, leapt forward was the technology adoption. And I think that has made a big difference in healthcare, in livelihoods also, like you said, even in agri. I mean, I think if like an organization like yours has adapted technology so much, which is where you're seeing less disruption. Otherwise, many other organizations probably struggled even to run the basic programs, from that perspective. So clearly the message is that, looking forward from the pandemic, the faster, the better, and the more, strongly you adapt technology, and the tools that technology, can provide and bring and learn from that to work in a hybrid way, the more resilient you're going to be, kind of moving forward. I'm just going to kind of bring in some of the questions the audience is also pulling in, and Shashi, maybe you can take the first one. How would, you kind of bring sustainability and CSR together? And, is SDGs a relevant conversation now in the post-pandemic world? Has it become more relevant, in what ways? And two, as a person, sitting in the leadership, I know you wear kind of two hats of communication, CSR, sustainability. Is CSR a burden or an advantage that you kind of have to actually contribute?
Yeah, so Krishna, SDGs, as the name itself suggests, Sustainable Development Goals. Has the pandemic brought more focus to it? I think the approach itself needs to change here. The Sustainable Development Goals were created in a manner that, I'm in a panel. Sorry. So the Sustainable Development Goals were created so that people really understand the entire targets and work towards it. And as I say, purpose and partnerships coming together. So if this is the primary goal of it, what's important at this point of time is realizing the local scales of the SDGs and developing solutions and interdependencies between urban, semi-urban, rural. And that is exactly why, that will take us to focusing on local sustainable development, and local is the key there, and leading to manifestation of opportunities towards cohesive development. But if we look at the entire developmental needs, like for example, India, 50% of the population will end up living in cities by 2050. And it's got a complex, socially segregated society. We have to reduce this distressed movement and migration. Development needs to focus on access to better quality of life for a lot of people. And all this will happen with an effective planning and transformation. And that is exactly why the focus on SDGs cannot be in the context of a pandemic or a no pandemic situation. And it needs to continue in a very, very, concerted, structured approach with the outcomes or the larger goals in mind. Even at Pernod Ricard India, we talk about transforming communities and accelerating local development. And when we talk about local development, we are talking about becoming partners of choice with the community wherever we operate or choose to operate. And the best models are the one which have succeeded in becoming a partner of choice with communities. And that is that is how I can answer the second question, which is CSR a burden for corporates or not? If you use the word partner of choice and transforming communities and accelerating local development, then the triple bottom line really comes in that you make profits and you conduct in an equitable and bearable manner, so that communities grow, and with communities you actually become a partner of choice with them. And so CSR needs to look at the larger outcome, and more corporates today are realizing that this is not something which is a burden or a tick, but it is actually creating shared value for them. And that's where the concept really goes up slowly and slowly. But an important point which I would raise, which the pandemic, the second wave has actually brought in, is the way we have approached toward the preparedness of the third. Oxygen plants. I think oxygen, the way it was getting distributed across the country, was very good before the second wave hit. There was something which accelerated and created a disruption somewhere. But what happened after that? We've brought in so much of oxygen concentrators into the country, and we've deployed so many oxygen plants. Did we need so many plants? Did all of them get deployed in the right place? Is it the optimal deployment of resources? A lot of questions, and many places we might realize that the entire deployment, some part of the deployment could have been faulty. Was that the right approach? These are the things which more and more corporates need to keep in mind, so that there is effective deployment, partnership, collaboration, which leads to proper outcomes and impact.
Absolutely. I think, Shashi, that's a very interesting point of when you go with speed, you might also tumble a little bit. So you need to kind of watch out for, how do you kind of balance the two. Shalini, quick response from you on the SDG point and the, is CSR a burden or is it of strategic value, to achieve, also the sustainability goals of the organization?
So, sustainability. So, pandemic has been a great leveler when it comes to sustainability goals. I think before that, because of the climate change concerns and the Paris Agreement, we were all struggling to align to a language, of UN, which was sustainability goals. And many of us were trying to demystify it. And we also realized that you cannot have all sustainability goals as part of your focus. So there are certain goals which are important from business point of view, and there are certain goals which are important from CSR point of view. And therefore, to have both is important to mitigate climate and also to take care of your community and be a partner, partner to community and to development. So I think many of us, were already aligned and aware of this. But what it has done is that perhaps it's also brought the awareness to a level 2 companies also, who are perhaps a little behind the curve. Because many of those conversations today worldwide are beginning to happen. You're talking about smart cities. You're talking about saturating your programs. See, the board and sustainability boards and communication CSR boards are not talking about saturating an issue, and I think that's a very important conversation. Now, when you say that is sustainability a necessary evil and so on, so I am not a sustainability person, so it will not be difficult for me to give my 2 bits. I think I am disappointed in this country that we've been doing CSR for the last 100 years, and we haven't made a difference the way we could have. I think that's the biggest disappointment. And I think perhaps in the last 1.5 years, we have started seeing the meaning of the real way of sustainable development. Absolutely. Whether it is through partnerships, it's through coming together, it's not through monopoly of us. So for me, Krishna, it's a very easy question to answer because I'm not invested in just that one area. However, I do understand that development work, takes time in terms of results, in terms of the quality, in terms of the change. But does it take 100 years for it to show? It's still not showing. I mean, so where is the problem? And I think introspecting, we are introspecting this in our programs as we speak. And many board level conversations where it's not about spending money, it's about spending money meaningfully. And I think Shashi's point is a point that even our board discussed on oxygen. That most of us, went and sort of put up, now what is the utilization of those oxygen plants today? What are we doing there? How where are we redeploying it? So I think these conversations are important. There's a lot of scope for doing CSR the right way. And I think the biggest parameter is that have we created even one model village or one model community that many of us can use as a benchmark? The answer is no. I know that there is a lot of conversation, but we don't see that happening. So that's my take, Krishna. And
absolutely, and I think that's
a lot of feathers.
It's one of the most important conversations we have, Charlie, in many boards where we work. That how do you get from a project mode into a mission mode? Because missions can end, projects can continue. You keep going from one to the other, but we need to get into a mission mode. And that saturation of an issue is a very important thing because we should be done with the problem, right?
Yes,
and you can't bring like they say, a knife to a gunfight. You can't just expect a project to solve a very strategic systemic problem. You need to get involved with the system to solve the problem. Otherwise, you're only kind of bringing in, band-aid solutions, which keep kind of wearing off very, very regularly. So it's been a fascinating discussion. We're coming to the end of the panel. I will now request all of you to share one aspect of your work, and Arun, probably starting with you, one aspect of your work across the country that you do, which you would recommend we bring to Punjab as a state. We're talking about Punjab, as a state which is now growing from a CSR ecosystem point of view. Any one innovation or any one program that you think is running quite well in your own CSR, in your own organization, or you've heard of it that you would love to bring to Punjab? Any thoughts there?
Okay, thanks. We have a fairly large operation in Punjab. It's not something new. So we have our own associate organization, which operates out of Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana. And the key aspects of the program are around integrated productivity management, mainly related to cotton and cycling it with wheat. And around 9 districts we are already covering. Base is about 2.5 lakh farmers are part of the setup there. Along with, we also have a separate partnership with BCI and WWF on Better Cotton Initiative. So that is one large component. We also have a separate work on Basmati, which is in the Maja Belt, Amritsar, Gurdaspur, Taran.
Wonderful.
Then I think the point which was mentioned on another focus which we have has been on crop residue management, mainly in looking at bringing in technologies for management, especially machinery, which is there in the government schemes to facilitate that. And in all of this, we have tied it up with technology. So, for example, try to do an Uberization of availability because each machinery is underutilized, whichever you bring in. So villagers have it, can we set up a Uberized model which ensures effective utilization? Because now we're talking about September. The window will open in October for about 15-20 days before the wheat crop goes in. So can we maximize the use? Otherwise, again, people in Delhi will complain that they've been smoked out. So these are the kind of challenges where I think are there. We are more than happy to collaborate with any other CSR who wants to step into this. We have the bandwidth. We have about 9 districts where we have operational and functional teams. So from multiple aspects in terms of various inputs, bringing in technologies to make agriculture more cost-effective. You would have seen all the farmer protests, etc. So to keep agriculture viable in Punjab, we need to keep continuing to be more innovative, more creative, and give the smaller holder greater returns from the agriculture holdings they have. And for that, you have to make agriculture much more exciting. You need to build on the marketing side of it. So therefore, these are the tremendous challenges. And this is also the breadbasket of India. And we are quite happy to collaborate with companies and CSRs who also want to bring in creative, innovative things. And we're happy to facilitate. We've been there about 15 years now, and we have a very strong base there. And I think collaboration is the way forward in place of all of us working in isolation. Collaboration is the best way forward.
Got it. So innovation in agri is something that, Arun, you're saying we should definitely bring and strengthen the smallholder ecosystem, especially, from a marketing point of view and collaboration.
Because otherwise what happens is we all tend to do our own things and
our own stuff.
Combined effective now.
Absolutely. Shashi, anything that you think, from your ecosystem you would recommend, Punjab adopts?
So Krishna, again, I would go back to the approach, okay, because any kind of impact cannot be articulated or realized without the continuous support of knowledge and development partners. And I think the panelists here, the organizations represented, and many other organizations have tremendous, knowledge and also, the ability to create change on ground. Punjab on the SDG index is fairly up at number 13. But what I think, we would be very happy is to collaborate in terms of actually putting in trained human resources and technical capacities with the team there, because anything is as successful as it is implemented. And most of the development is stalled due to lack of, trained human resources or capacities, etc. And that, I think, once addressed to whatever extent, will pave the way towards better implementation of programs and better impact on ground. So that is something which we would, love to work with all the partners who have their tremendous depth of, implementation on ground.
Brilliant. Human capital, investing in human capital, I think, is paramount going forward. Shalini, your perspective on anything that you've seen from outside that you would love to bring to Punjab?
So we do have, some of our programs running in Punjab because we have plant in Gopur and some of the other areas in Punjab. But I firmly believe that the need of the hour for any state and every state right now, and Punjab especially, looking at the fact that it's largely an agriculture economy, is and the youth may not necessarily want to do that. Okay, follow that footstep. I think it's important to give them, skill them, and bring in some good entrepreneurial training institutes, which help them build careers, and if they want to grow business, then even helps them grow business.
Absolutely.
But I think it needs to be now done differently, not the way their fathers were doing it. And this is a great opportunity to bring in that change. I think there's also a need to make them more environmentally conscious, because I talked about the crop burning and some of those parts which we've seen that companies like us have seen, that it largely comes not because we don't want to do the right things, but we don't know how to do the right things. So bringing in that kind of sensitivity, I think the younger generation is far more committed to bring in those kind of practices which are environment friendly and also skill and career driven. So that, I think, definitely is required in Punjab, and focus should be on youth and also on women, because women in Punjab also can be a very, very strong force in bringing in the change.
Brilliant. Absolutely. Shalini, extremely well kind of said and rounded off. I think it's, it's been a fascinating discussion. Thanks to all three of you. Really enjoyed it. I think we talked a lot about, speed, the hard part being very, very important, flexibility, going beyond defining your new communities, partnerships, the purpose bit, the adoption of technology, and the focus of making it more holistic, with the environment becoming a key part in many ways that we look at it. And I think there's an opportunity to bring multiple aspects of what's happening in other parts of the country into a place like Punjab, and take a lot of the things that's happening very well in Punjab to the rest of the country, and create that that kind of dialogue and ecosystem. Thank you again for your support today, and a big thanks to Punjab CSR Authority and NASCOM Foundation for partnering with Satwa. And good luck to everyone, and thank you to all the panelists, and we will be in touch. Really appreciate you taking the time. Over to you, Saloni.
Thank you. Thank you, Krishna.
Thank you, Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you, Arun, Sashi, Shalini, and Krishna. It was truly a very, very informative discussion, and we truly have a lot of insights to take forward in the state of Punjab. I would now like to invite Mr. Satish Goel to give the vote of thanks. Mr. Goel has over 30 years of experience in working with the Department of Industries and Commerce at the Government of Punjab. During his tenure, he handled prestigious mega projects beside industry policy formulation and its implementation. He also remained Vice Chairman of UNDP Projects, Department of Industries and Commerce. His last stint with the government was as Additional Director cum Industrial Advisor. Welcome, sir, and over to you.
Thank you, Saloni. Thank you very much. Thanks for the great introduction. A very good evening to our Honorable Chief Guest, Ms. Vinny Mahajan, Chief Secretary, Government of Punjab, Mr. Hussain Lal, Principal Secretary, Industries and Commerce, Dr. Sandeep Goyal, CEO, Punjab CSR Authority, Mr. Prabh Das, Managing Director and CEO, HMEL, Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Bharti Enterprises, esteemed and distinguished speakers, our co-hosts, Satwa Consulting and NASCOM Foundation, and the light bearers of the vision and possibilities that is our audience today. What an event this has been. Together, we have celebrated Punjab's internationally recognized success in sustainability, economic growth, and human resource development. And while we pat ourselves on the back for our achievements, we learned today that there is still work to be done. On behalf of Punjab CSR Authority, the Government of Punjab, I want to thank the leaders who have made this day a memorable day. To Ms. Vinny Mahajan, our dynamic Chief Secretary, thank you, ma'am, for launching the first ever data-driven insights report on Punjab CSR. There's no doubt that the stats we saw in the report today are going to drive some hard and meaningful conversation for improving CSR in the state of Punjab. Thanks to Mr. Hussain Lal, our Principal Secretary, for giving time and supporting the event. We cannot think of CSR without the involvement of corporations. The corporations have been fortunate in their lifetime to have done very well and are now doing their part in giving back to the society. I want to convey sincere thanks to our biggest donors, amongst top 5, Mr. Prabh Das from Refinery, Bathinda Refinery, Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal of Bharti Enterprises, and Ms. Sashi Dhar from the Pernod Ricard for their valuable contribution and taking time out from their busy schedule to address and be part of this summit today. Moving on to the esteemed panelists, thank you very much, Mr. Chetan Kapoor, Ms. Mamta Sekia, Mr. Ved Arya, and their moderator, Mr. Ratish Balakrishnan, for bringing focus on the resource that is central to the development of any state or country, that is the people and their adoption of the best practices. Thank you very much, Mr. Tushar Tulsian, consultant with CSR, and my young colleague here in Chandigarh. Thank you for making a lucid presentation and making data accessible to everyone. To our panel on effective partnership by Ms. Juhi Gupta, Ms. Nidhi Basin, Ms. Rani Bansal, and their moderators, Ms. Aarti Mohan, a huge thank you for spending your time for the benefit of this summit today. Now, more than ever, we need to be allies in our common goals of driving human resource and economic development in the state of Punjab. And who can forget the unprecedented pandemic and its still pervasive after effects on every imaginable part of humanity? Many thanks to Mr. Arun Pandhi, Mr. Shashidhar Vempla, Ms. Shalini Singh, and their moderator, Mr. Shri Krishna Sridhar Murthy, for discussing several strategies on how CSR can stay nimble and ahead of times by building resilience and innovation. A big thank you to our co-organizers, Satwa Consulting and NASCOM, Foundation for organizing this first ever Punjab CSR Summit 2021. I also want to take time to thank all the dignitaries present in our audience today. We are here today because of you and only because of you. My sincere thanks are also due to Ms. Meera Harish for coordinating the event all along. Thanks to Ms. Shaloni for perfectly moderating this event, perfect navigation and navigating this event. Thanks also to Dr. Sandeep Goel, our CEO of the Punjab CSR Authority, for all his guidance and having given complete freedom for organizing this event. In the end, I will take you from what Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal or Ma'am Vinny Mahajan has said. Punjabis definitely have a large heart. They definitely are large-hearted. I mean, they are there. They always share the bread with the other ones who need them. The very mindset of Punjabis can be explained in a couplet of Kabir ji. साईं इतना दीजिए जामे कुटुम समाए मैं भी भूखा ना रहूं मेरा साधु भी भूखा ना जाए, meaning thereby, oh God, give me, I mean, the bread which I need and my family needs, and the rest of the bread be given to my neighbors, so that the world, the country, the world as a whole is never deficient of food and the food they are searching for. Thank you once again for coming together with us today to drive some wonderful new conversations for the progress of Punjab. Thank you once again. Thank you one and all. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.